Good morning. My name is Kenyon McDuffie. I'm council member for Ward 5 and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Monday, June 14th, 2021, and we're convening this hearing virtually via Zoom. It's also being streamed live on YouTube and at www.kenyonmcduffie.ward5.com/live. The time is 9 a.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. Today, the committee's third budget oversight hearing for fiscal year 2022 budget season. When the committee convened its first oversight hearing of this budget season, I remarked that this is the second time the council will consider the budget under pandemic conditions. Thankfully, while the effects of COVID-19 continue to be felt throughout the district, we're in a much better place this year as we begin to consider the fiscal year 2022 budget than we were last year at the beginning of the pandemic. An unprecedented level of federal dollars, along with improved local revenue projections, will help us navigate our way through recovery and toward a better, more equitable DC. But that's only if we are intentional about making transformational investments in communities that were underserved prior to the pandemic. The budget that we approve must recognize that low-income and families throughout the District of Columbia, particularly Black and Brown families, have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. Systemic racism and economic insecurity, which predate this pandemic, put Black and Brown residents, especially those individuals and families with less resources, at greater risk of exposure to both the health and economic consequences of COVID-19. As a result, they face higher rates of infection, hospitalization, and death, as well as higher rates of unemployment and lack of access to necessities like food, housing, and healthcare. The fiscal year 2022 proposed budget is $17.5 billion, which is a 3.9% increase over the current budget. The local portion of the budget is $9.1 billion, an increase of 4.9% over the 2021 levels, with most of that growth coming from federal funds that must be spent over the next 4 years. The committee intends to use these oversight hearings with agency leadership to tease out the details of where and how these recovery funds will be dispersed to ensure that we make smart, targeted investments that chip away at the district's racial wealth gap, make our residents healthier, our community stronger, and ensure that the future economic growth of our city is more inclusive. For today's budget oversight hearing, we will hear testimony from government witnesses representing the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and the Department of Small and Local Business Development. As a reminder, this hearing is reserved for government witnesses only, and they'll have 7 minutes for opening statements. Council members will have 3 minutes for opening statements and 7-minute rounds to question witnesses. I'll ask that all participants please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. At this time, I want to check and ensure staff. I don't see any council members at this point. If we're joined by any, then we'll give them the appropriate time to make a statement or to question government witnesses. Somebody's got their microphone on right now. I'm hearing background noise, and so it might be the agency fiscal officer. I'm not sure if you can mute your. Yeah, there we go. All right. Since we haven't been joined by any council members, we're going to jump right into our government witness testimony, starting with the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, or DISB. DISB's mission is to protect consumers in the district by providing equitable, thorough, efficient, and prompt regulatory supervision of financial service companies, firms, and individuals operating in DC. DISB also aims to develop and improve market conditions and to attract and retain financial service firms in the District of Columbia. The proposed fiscal year 2022 operating budget for DISB is approximately $36.9 million, which is a 13.4% increase from the fiscal year 2021 approved operating budget of approximately $32.5 million. DISB's proposed budget is mostly comprised of special purpose revenue funds. The agency has budgeted for 139 full-time equivalents, or FTEs, which reflects no change from its fiscal year 2021 budget. With that, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Karima Woods for your opening statement. Again, good morning to you and to your team. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Excellent. Good morning to you as well, Chairman Person McDuffie, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. Also want to acknowledge the staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Karima Woods, Commissioner of the Department of Insurance.
Commissioner, I think you accidentally muted yourself, perhaps.
Okay, I'll start all over. Again, good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, committee members, and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Karima Woods, Commissioner of the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, and I'm pleased to appear before the committee today to provide testimony on DISB's FY22 budget, and also to share some of the successes that DISB accomplished in FY21 despite the pandemic. The unprecedented challenges we faced over the past 15 months have produced an even more agile and responsive department focused on building a better, stronger economic future for all DC residents. As you know, DISB regulates insurance, securities, banking, and other financial services in the District of Columbia. Our mission is threefold. First, to cultivate a regulatory environment that protects consumers and attracts and retains financial services firms to the district. Second, to empower and educate residents on financial matters. And third, to provide financing to district small businesses. We accomplish this by working to ensure district residents have access to a wide array of financial services and are treated fairly by service providers. We also work to sustain a district business climate that encourages fair and open competition. 2 weeks ago, Mayor Bowser presented Fair Shot, the fiscal year 2022 budget and financial plan, the district's 26th consecutive balanced budget. This budget was produced as the district continues to manage its response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and yet still serve to demonstrate the mayor's commitment to making the District of Columbia a place where people of all backgrounds and in all stages of life can live and thrive. The mayor's budget makes key investments in education, infrastructure, affordable housing, seniors, public safety, health and human services, and economic development. These investments reflect the key priorities identified by district residents at budget engagement forums and telephone town halls held during the budget formulation process, as well as adjustments that have been necessitated by the district's response to the pandemic. The mayor's FY22 budget for DISB provides the necessary resources to fulfill our mission of protecting consumers, helping to create pathways to the middle class, and supporting small businesses and economic development growth in the district. The FY22 budget for DISB is $36.9 million, which is a 13.4% increase from our approved FY21 budget. The FY22 budget supports 139 full-time positions, while we have an additional 5 temporary federally funded full-time positions in FY22. Our budget consists of $32.3 million in special purpose revenue O-type funds, $4.4 million in federal stimulus funds or local funds, and $133,000 in intra-district funds. Specifically, the mayor's FY22 budget supports a net increase of $4.3 million in year-over-year funding because of federal stimulus funds allocated to expand DISB's opportunity accounts and create a returning citizens program. While the specter of COVID-19 continued to loom large over DISB's operations over the past year, it did not diminish DISB's capacity to provide strong regulatory oversight, essential consumer protection, and educational services, and vital support to district small businesses. For example, DISB is currently preparing for the annual rate review process for plans to be offered in 2022 on DC HealthLink, with providers submitting 2022 rates in May and throughout the summer. This review process ensures that rates are priced fairly, considering the benefits provided, are reasonable to adequately cover the costs of medical services and operating expenses, and are not unfairly discriminatory. DISB will also hold a virtual hearing on the 2022 health insurance proposed rates, which will provide the public with an opportunity to provide comments and input related to how DISB should consider the filings. Continuing the practice of allowing for public comment on the proposed rates provides an important connection point for DISB, which ensures that residents understand that they play an important role in the rate review process. Ensuring an affordable health insurance landscape in the district remains a district value and DISB's primary concern. Moreover, the urgency of responding to COVID-19 did not prevent DISB from continuing to move forward on important issues and initiatives. Specifically, in addition to the creation of an internal diversity, equity, and inclusion committee within DISB, represented by working groups in each of the industries of securities, insurance, and banking, DISB has continued to expand the breadth of its existing programming, as well as creating new programming to address the wealth gap of DC residents. These programs include Bank on DC, DC BizCap, a new financial empowerment center, Financially Fit DC, Financial Navigators, and the Opportunity Accounts program. In FY20, DISB established a working group on diversity, equity, and inclusion to conduct analysis and report back to DISB staff and key internal, external stakeholders quarterly throughout FY21. The working group has focused its efforts on proposing recommendations on actions the commissioners should implement internally and externally to ensure that DISB operates from a lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and fosters the same principles in the district's financial services market. Our working group has produced several recommendations this year that touch all of the areas that DISB regulates, including enhancing financial education opportunities and possible legislative changes that would better promote equity in product and service availability and delivery to district residents. Additionally, in FY20, DISB created an Office of Financial Empowerment and Education. This office hit the ground running and, in response to COVID challenges facing district residents, secured funding in FY21 from the national nonprofit organization Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund to receive $80,000 in grant funding, technical assistance, and training to launch a new Financial Navigators program that went live in early 2021. The Financial Navigators program is specifically designed to help residents deal with the financial impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, providing remote assistance and navigating critical financial issues and making referrals to other social services and resources to benefit residents. DISB is on track to open the district's first Financial Empowerment Center. The Financial Empowerment Center will provide professional financial counseling services to district residents, creating opportunities to raise credit scores, obtain banking services, and create a sustainable financial plan. Additionally, DISB will receive $657,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act in FY22, which will allow for the expansion of services and specific dedicated resources for our returning citizens population. This enhancement will provide a framework for financial resiliency for these residents by providing more in-depth personal money management, as well as connecting returning citizens to tangible financial resources. Banking products, savings vehicles, credit repair and improvement, match savings opportunities, etc., will assist returning citizens to establish a better financial foundation. DISB is also pleased about the expansion of the DC Opportunity Accounts program. This program, which was relaunched by Mayor Bowser in FY19, assists low and moderate income district residents with saving money to among approved goals: buy a home in the district, launch a small business, or pay for post-secondary education and job training. Throughout FY20, more than 200 allocations for accounts have been filled. A modified vendor contract to increase the program was approved by Council on June 1st of this year and will increase capacity from 450,000 to 1.2 million. Upon finalization of that contract, we anticipate filling an additional 260 slots by the end of FY21. The FY22 budget assumes that we will not be able to fill 260 slots from the current program level. Let me repeat that. The FY22 budget assumes that we will not only be able to fill 260 slots from the current program level, but that we will also use a further ARPA funding, about 3.7 million, to grant an additional 333 accounts, thus servicing a total of 593 accounts. Additionally, DISB continues to support the mayor's economic development goals through its DC BizCap program. We've been particularly mindful of the vital need for increased awareness of DC BizCap funding availability, both immediately and post-COVID-19, which is why DISB redesigned its Coffee and Capital series in a virtual platform. The Coffee and Capital series provides an effective means of linking current and prospective entrepreneurs with useful contacts and information from DISB. Moving to a virtual platform allowed the agency to reach a wider audience and introduce more district small business owners to the resources that DISB makes available. Additionally, we develop new DC BizCap outreach programs where we have worked with our lending partners as well as business groups such as the Greater Washington Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to provide small businesses with the tools that they will need to apply for small business loans. In June 2020, the Banking Bureau hired a new program analyst to oversee the DC BizCap program, and to date, he has met with over 249 individuals representing over 30 financial institutions. Additionally, he has taken part in 24 outreach events where he's partnered with DCRA, DSLBD, DMPED, the DC Chamber of Commerce, Anacostia Economic Development Center, and the Greater Washington Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Finally, DISB remains committed to innovation in the regulation of financial services industry. The District of Columbia's Financial Services Regulatory Sandbox and Innovation Council was created by Mayor Bowser with a mandate to examine the feasibility of creating a safe regulatory space that would allow for more innovative financial services products, services, and business models to be deployed in the district and produce a report to the mayor with relevant findings and recommendations. The Sandbox Council successfully delivered its recommendations to create a regulatory sandbox to Mayor Bowser in October 2020, and DISB looks forward to working with the committee to advance the proposed legislation currently before the council that will kick off the district's regulatory sandbox program. In closing, the resources allocated to DISB will play a critical role, not only in our regulatory oversight mandate, but also in COVID-19 recovery for district residents and businesses. Continued outreach programming to our residents and specifically to those most challenged economically during this time, such as through the expansion of our student loan ombudsman and foreclosure prevention program. As important allies in this effort, I remain eager to work with you and the entire council to ensure DISB's efficient and effective operations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I am pleased to answer any questions you may have of me at this time.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I do have some questions naturally. I do appreciate all the responses that you all provided us prior to the hearing with some of the committee's questions. I'm going to try to use this time today to really drill into specific questions that we have that were not previously answered by you and your team in writing. and I almost want to jump right into the opportunity accounts program, but I won't do that. I'll start off as I do with all agencies and ask some questions about racial equity, and then talk more specifically about certain items of the budget where I'd like some clarifications or just perhaps for you to provide some emphasis on the agency's priorities. Are there specific programs or allocations included in your FY22 budget that are designed to address racial or economic inequities faced by district residents? If so, describe in detail what these efforts are and how they address those inequities.
Sure. First, I just want to thank you for the focus you've placed on this very important area of racial and economic inequities and ensuring that there's equity across the board. What you'll find in the department's FY22 budget, and it's reflected throughout our budget, are a variety of different programs and allocations that are specifically designed to address economic inequities and closing the wealth gap in the district. Some of these programs include the Student Loan Ombudsman and Foreclosure Mediation Program. The efforts of our Student Loan Ombudsman and District Foreclosure Mediation Program both address racial inequity. Bolstering these efforts will continue to promote decreasing student loan debt and default rates and preservation of home ownership, which is, as we all know, a serious concern for communities of color at present, given the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our Office of Financial Empowerment and Education and our DC BizCap programs, both of which are programs that address various forms of economic inequities, including our Financially Fit DC program, our Bank on DC program, the Opportunity Accounts program, and the DC BizCap program, all of which are reflected in the FY22 budget. Also reflected in the budget is a focus around launching our new Financial Empowerment Center, which is for residents looking to secure to better support their finances. And so we're excited about the launch of this new center. The center will also have a focus around the returning citizen population and providing financial coaching, and counseling for returning citizens. Also reflected in our budget, as I mentioned in my testimony, is the department's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, an initiative that we recently launched as of last year, which really focuses on applying the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion to the key areas that we regulate in insurance, securities, and banking, and also focusing on our internal operations, making it a key priority and really opening up the world of financial services to a broader population here in the district. And I look forward to expanding upon that even more through this Q&A period.
Okay. I do remember you mentioned it last year, and I think we even maybe had a conversation about it. Has your agency, I hadn't asked this previously, I probably should have, with the previous budget oversight hearings that we've had over the last couple of weeks, but I'll ask you, because you all seem to have already started the work around DEI and racial equity. Have you all yet begun to engage with the Mayor's Office of Racial Equity and Dr. Amber Hewitt as the Chief Equity Officer?
I have reached out to the new equity officer and look forward to talking with her in more details about our DEI efforts. I have shared with her our proposed recommendations and look forward to engaging her even more and inviting her to one of our working group meetings. Okay,
I'm glad to hear that you've already engaged her, and would love for you to keep us apprised, the committee, of how things are going with that office as you continue your work. And thank you for that work. I think it's very important. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of the programs that you mentioned. At last year's budget oversight hearing, the committee asked whether there was a significant backlog of Paycheck Protection Program applications. What, if anything, has DISB done to re-engage lenders around PPP?
So most of our work that we've done around PPP has really been keeping track on the amount of PPP loans that have been allocated to local businesses. We're in touch with the two state chartered banks here in the district, Industrial Bank and also Founders Bank. I know that there were a significant number of PPP loans that were allocated through Industrial Bank. And I don't have that current data in front of me right now, but we can definitely follow up and provide that information. And I think in short also, we remain in constant contact with the banks in the area about the PPP program and the benefits of that program for district small businesses.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that there wasn't a backlog, but I can follow up with more details on that.
Okay, that'd be helpful to the committee. We are sort of getting to the point where, you know, the city is reopening. June 11th was a very important day for businesses and residents, frankly, in the District of Columbia, as the restrictions in many cases were lifted to allow them to do more business and to re-engage patrons in a way that we hadn't before the restrictions were first implemented last year. But I think there's still some concern about what lingering impacts there will be as a result of the pandemic. And so I'm curious as whether or not you anticipate that the impact of COVID-19 will continue to affect district consumers and their interactions with financial institutions. Have you all been given thought to that, and what, if any, effect has DISB observed so far as a result of COVID-19, and how you all have responded to those effects, and whether you anticipate those effects will linger as we continue to open?
So I would say that there are a couple of areas that we have been really focused on as it relates to recovery of consumers here in the district. One of the areas, and I know that it's been touched on extensively throughout the mayor's budget, and that is around affordable housing. It's around foreclosure prevention. We are anticipating an increase in the number of consumers here in the district that are impacted by foreclosures. And so, as you all know, the council passed mortgage relief for mortgages that were not covered under the CARES Act. And so through our banking bureau, we have been tasked with the mortgage relief aspect and really tracking the amount of deferments that have been granted. And so that's something that we continue to focus on. I would say to date, we have about 39,000 deferments that have been approved, and we've received about 41,000. Through our consumer complaint process, we have been tracking those complaints. We've received about 12 from consumers, and we do anticipate that once the moratorium is lifted, that those consumer complaints will increase even more. I'll also add that through our contract with the Housing Counseling Services, we stay focused on the number of renters and landlords and homeowners that are impacted by the recovery efforts. And so through our contract with Housing Counseling Services, they continue to update us on the impact of the pandemic and what the anticipation is once the moratorium is lifted on what that impact will be on our consumers. And so we are anticipating increase in foreclosure activity. So that's one area. I'll also add that on the financial management side, one of the ways in which we have also been tracking what the impact of the pandemic currently is for our consumers, but also will be once the pandemic ends, is through our Financial Navigators program. This was a program that we launched, as I mentioned in my testimony earlier this year. Through the Financial Navigators program, we have received to date about 163 cases where residents have called in about their personal finances. Most of those calls have focused around housing resources. So those calls have primarily been from renters and homeowners. And so we are anticipating that there are areas and aspects of our work where consumers will be gravely impacted once the pandemic ends, and it's something that we continue to focus on through our efforts.
You said earlier in the response to my question, you mentioned the number of deferments that have been approved in the district. Can you give me that number again? Do you remember what you?
The number of deferments, I believe, was 39,460.
Okay, across the district. Okay. And is that? Do you have that broken down by? Maybe calendar years, just because I'd be interested in how many of those happened during 2020 versus how many happened this year. And if you don't have that, it'd be great if you could follow up with this.
Yes, we do have that information broken down, and I can provide that and follow up to the hearing.
Yeah, broken down by year and month, because I'd be curious as to whether or not are you all seeing any trends in terms of that number decreasing as time goes on and we get further into the pandemic and hopefully closer to recovery?
I would say that we are tracking that number by ward. We're also tracking that number by, so there's some demographic information that we're tracking related to that information, and we can provide that to you. I will say that we do anticipate that number increasing once the pandemic ends. And it's something that we, as I mentioned before, are tracking. The number actually has been down during the pandemic, mainly because the moratorium is currently in place. But again, we do anticipate that number possibly going up once the pandemic ends.
Okay. So shift gears a little bit. If you could specify how much is allocated for projected salary step increases and any associated increases in fringe benefits for fiscal year 2022, and how many employees will receive these step increases in the agency?
I will say for FY22 for step increases, I don't have the projected number in front of me. Bright, do you have that information in front of you for FY22? I have 21, but not 22.
Okay. And if you could just say your name for the record before you provide your testimony or respond to that question. And remember to unmute yourself before you start speaking as well.
I'm sorry. No, I don't have the number of step increases that separately. I think it's built into the budget, but I don't have the number.
Okay, is that something that you all can check and follow up with us on?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the overall number though of how much was allocated for salary step increases and fringe benefits? So you said it's built into the budget for the agency, because I asked about the overall number, but also how many employees are going to receive the increases. Do you need to follow up with both of those questions?
For FY22, yes, we would need to follow up with both of those questions.
Okay. Do you know, I mean, what about for 21?
So to date for 21 in total step increases, it's approximately 47,000 and 3.4 in fringe benefits.
Okay. And you know how many employees receive those increases?
To date, for career union and career non-union, no employees have received the quality-based step increases. The automatic step increases to date have been about 25 for FY21.
25 employees?
Yes.
Okay. If y'all could talk about your vacancy savings. According to the Schedule A that you all provided to the committee, there are 13 vacant positions within the agency. Is that number still accurate? And if you could talk about the positions and where you are with hiring.
Sure. So we currently have, as you mentioned, 13 vacancies. Those vacancies are at various stages. So we have some vacancies that we've actually have filled and are anticipating the new person coming on board. One of those positions that we have recently filled has been one of our most difficult positions to get filled. It's been vacant for 8 years, and that's our manager for market research and analysis. And so that new person will be joining the department on the 21st of June. And we're very excited about that. There are a number of other new vacancies as well that we have. And so there are a few positions that became vacant over the past year that we are actively filling. A few attorney advisor positions, one focused on labor, one focused on securities. We're close to filling those positions. We also have a policy advisor position that we're currently interviewing for. So I do anticipate by the end of this performance period that we will have at least 5 to 6 of these positions filled.
How much in vacancy savings thus far?
Thus far in vacancy savings, we have about 1.1 million.
Okay. Do you all recall how much in vacancy savings you have from last fiscal year?
I do not have that number in front of me. Bright, do you have FY 20's vacancy savings number?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. If you could follow up with the committee on that number from last year, even if it was reallocated, I'm curious to know what it was. On F-56, DISB's budget proposal includes an increase of $352,185 in SPR funds. The budget narrative states that this increase allows multiple divisions to align the budget with operational goals, primarily for contractual obligations and professional services. Could you go into some detail about these operational goals and provide a breakdown of the programs and the services this fund will support?
Or let me find where you said F.
56.
F56. I am not able to find exactly where you're referring to. Can you repeat the question? Maybe I can speak.
Yeah, sure. It's if the staff has a page number or some other reference for the commissioner, let me know. DISB's budget proposal includes an increase of $352,185 in special purpose revenue funds. And the narrative in the budget states that this increase allows multiple divisions to align the budget with operational goals, primarily for contractual obligations and professional services. Curious as to what that means and what programs and services that money is going to support.
Thank you. I think it's going to support, there's an increase in diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's 100,000.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you. I'm not sure if you're speaking near your microphone.
Okay, I think the increase is about $100,000 in diversity and equity and inclusion. And there's also $100,000 increase in regulatory sandbox. And then there's 100,000 increase in insurance bureau for network adequacy and consultants. Those are the main areas where there's increase.
Network adequacy. I didn't hear the last part of that response. I heard the sandbox and I heard the DEI, but I didn't hear the
network adequacy and MHP consultants.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand what that is. I heard you, but I'm not sure.
I think he said MHP consultants, which, if I'm not mistaken, is an actuarial firm that we've used.
Okay.
Actuarial services.
Got it. Thank you for that. There's also a decrease of about $139 in the insurance division. This is SRO 4, federal grant funds. What's that?
It's a state flexibility grant that is not renewed. So we're not getting any more federal grants in 2022.
Okay. That same area, SRO 4, includes a net increase of $80,000 approximately. I think it's $80,556 in the agency management division. What's that increase for? It's modest, but still curious as to what that.
Agency management is our overhead. I think it has to do with our purchase of new laptops.
Okay. Talk a little bit more about the financial empowerment centers. During your performance oversight hearing, you talked about it. And I'd like to have you say a little bit more about the department's plans and how you want to structure programming for the center. And in particular, will organizations that serve minority communities in the district play a role in designing how you engage?
Sure. So as mentioned in my testimony, we're very excited about the new Financial Empowerment Center, which will launch in the fall. The center is designed to provide one-on-one professional financial counseling and coaching for district residents. The center will also be located in Ward 7 and 8. And the focus is really to assist residents in raising their credit scores, obtaining banking services, helping to create a sustainable financial plan, and reducing the overall wealth gap. And as I mentioned, that will be focused primarily in Ward 7 and 8. As of now, we are in the process of solidifying the contract process with the Office of Contracts and Procurement. Part of that includes examining the structure of the center so that it can accommodate virtual programming, hybrid, and also in-person service delivery. We're, as I mentioned, anticipating it launching in the fall. We have an RFP that just recently closed in June, and so we're going through the panel review process. We also have a number of letters of intent from a variety of different community-based organizations that we will be working closely with to ensure the success of the Financial Empowerment Center. So we're excited about it. As I mentioned, we'll also be including a focus around returning citizens and making sure we have customized programming and support to assist the returning citizens population. And we've been in touch with the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens on how best to design that program. So we're excited about it, and that's kind of where we're at right now in the planning process of the center.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that you all are in touch with the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs with respect to the program. I have noticed it just occurred to me when you were reading your testimony, the myriad of programs that exist that appear to be targeting returning citizens population, which is a very important and vulnerable population in the District of Columbia. So I do greatly appreciate that you all have that focus here, because I think it's needed. But I was wondering during your testimony, the level of coordination that is occurring between the multiple agencies that are serving this population. I think in some cases, there are lots of different programs, but the people who stand to benefit from these programs don't always know, how to access them or that they even exist. So I was curious because I don't know how many returning citizens naturally would think to reach out to DISB for a program. So if you're coordinating with the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, and that is usually sort of the place that they are familiar with, that they do interact with. And so long as Morka understands that the programs exist in DISB as they do with DSLBD and other places, DOES, then hopefully those resources being directed to the returning citizens community. So how much funding is allocated for that?
The funding in the budget allocated for that is approximately $657,000.
Okay, and is that all American Rescue Plan funds?
Primarily, yes, primarily it's all American Rescue Fund funds. I would say that for the returning citizens piece. So that is primarily about $485,000, and then the rest of that amount would go towards FTEs that would support that work.
So 485,000. So is the 657,000 is it entirely for the Federal Empowerment Center program, or with some component of that being targeted towards returning citizens, or is the entirety of?
So the entirety of the 657,000 is for returning citizens. 485,000 is for the actual programming for financial coaching. And then we have an additional 141,000 for two FTEs. And then we have additional funds that will go towards benefits for those employees.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. So what's the overall budget for that program? Is it larger than what the American Rescue Plan dollars accounts for?
So the overall budget for the Financial Empowerment Center for FY22 is approximately $700,000.
Okay. In this, are those funds, do you know how quickly those specific funds need to be spent? Is that all FY22 starts in October, needs to be spent by September 30, 2022?
To my understanding, yes, those funds do need to be spent in FY22,
Okay.
and that is our goal.
Okay. And you mentioned a number of organizations that you have gotten letters of intent from, and I don't want to obviously get into the procurement process. Hopefully, there's some organizations that have a particular focus of engaging the returning citizens population, just to make sure that they're leaving those stones unturned, and so.
So just to add to that, council member, in addition to us being in contact with the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens, we do very much plan to create an advisory committee specifically for the returning citizens population that will guide our efforts around what the support, the financial counseling, the financial coaching needs to look like for the returning citizens population. We want to make sure that the counseling, the support that's provided is tailored to their needs specifically. And so we are going to heavily rely on the guidance of those entities that work directly with that population to assist us in our thinking. Also want to clarify for FY22, the total amount for the Financial Empowerment Center, including the returning citizens population, is $1.2 million, not necessarily. Yes, so it's 1 point. So it's the 700,000 that I mentioned plus the 657,000.
Got it. Okay. Okay. And the 657 is specifically for returning citizens, or is it a different number?
For returning citizens.
Okay. 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 That's helpful to know. Okay. I'm just making a quick note. All right. I see in attachment one of the information, contracts and grants that you all provided to the committee. There's $2 million allocated for DSB, the collateral support program. Talk about, that's in FY22. Talk about that.
The $2 million for DC BizCap, if I'm not mistaken, that is for the loan participation program, and I believe that money is to support the existing loans via the program.
Is that new money, or is that money that was already as a part of the program?
That's money that was already a part of the program.
So, and that money's sort of been around for a while, if memory serves me, no?
Yeah.
Yes, that money has been there for a while, and it's designed to be there to support the loans that we provide.
Right.
So it's somewhat of a cushion, if you will, for the loans that we issue.
Do you know how many loans have been supported through this program for FY20 and FY21 to date?
So to date, for the loans, hold on, let me get you the exact number.
And actually, it'd be, if you have a breakdown, it'd be great to know the difference between how many loans were supported in I almost want to say calendar year, but I don't know how you have it broken down, whether it's calendar or fiscal, because I'm interested in knowing whether there was any sort of drop off or increase when the pandemic hit with respect to the amount of loans that were supported by this? Because I'm thinking about all the federal resources that were available, as well as the local grants that were issued, that the council passed legislation for, issued through DFHV, and just curious as to how this program factored into some of the other things that were being offered during that time.
So it's my understanding we had about 2 loans that were issued in FY21 to date to businesses. We had about 4 businesses that have applied, and 2 loans were actually issued, the same in FY20 as well. What we found in talking with a number of businesses was that, and also lenders, was that the terms of the federal programs were more attractive to businesses than the DC BizCap program. And also a number of businesses, as you mentioned, were primarily looking for grants to support their operations. However, we did have some successes in 2 businesses that utilized the program. One was the Good Foods Market that utilized the program in Ward 8, and the second was Guattari Child Development Center, which is located in Ward 5. They utilized the program to expand their presence in Ward 5 with a new child development center in the Ivy City neighborhood. And so we were very pleased about that.
Okay, what's the second one? What's it called?
Guattari
Okay.
Child Development Center. So they focus on multicultural, multilingual childhood education, and they're expanding their presence in Ward 5. So they received about $150,000 in support from our office, in addition to about $300,000 support from City First Lending. So it's my understanding that as a result of the support from our office and City First, that they'll be able to create about 27 new jobs over the next 3 years.
Okay. Okay. All right. Do you have any information on the 2 loans you just mentioned in 21 and 20? Was that the fiscal year? Or is that calendar year?
That's fiscal year.
How about 19, fiscal year 19, which should have wrapped up well before the pandemic hit?
Correct. So in 19, there was only 1 loan that was issued.
Okay. Okay. Do you anticipate trying to ramp up? I mean, obviously there's going to be a number of federal resources still available for people, and the grants, I imagine, if they're available, will be still as attractive, at least as it was last year for businesses. Do you anticipate trying to still? How do you anticipate utilizing this particular program in light of the existing federal resources? Do you all think you'll get any more applicants for this program this fiscal year?
I would say yes, I do anticipate more applicants, and actually we have about 6 deals currently in underwriting, which total about 2.8 million. So those deals are all at various stages in underwriting. So I do anticipate there being utilization of the program, not only throughout this fiscal year, but also in FY22. And so we're encouraged by the numbers. And as I mentioned, we now have a full-time administrator for the program that joined us in June of last year. And he really has been laser focused on promoting the program, partnering with new partners and existing partners, and really reaching out to the small businesses to ensure that they are aware of the terms of the program. So I'm encouraged by those efforts. We've been working closely with DSLBD. We've been participating in a number of their workshops and webinars. Also have been working with them on their Capital Connector, have been in conversations and partnerships with DSLBD and also DC Kiva Hub around promoting the program. So I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing and hearing. We're close to finalizing some of those deals. I was hoping some of them would have been finalized by the time of this hearing, but we're close to finalizing a number of them.
Okay.
So I'm pleased by that.
Great. Coffee and Capital Series, you mentioned this in your testimony. Talk a little bit more about what that is and if you could, and how much is allocated for it specifically.
So with the Coffee and Capital series, it's not so much a dollar amount that's allocated for the program. It's more or less a series that we've developed on our own to ensure that we create a virtual platform to get the word out about the program. And so we have, under the leadership of our new program administrator, been able to reformat it in a way where we're bringing on new partners. We've been working closely with DSLBD on it, with DCRA, and some of the other partners, and have been able to reach a broader audience virtually for the Coffee and Capital series. So I've been encouraged by what I've seen and heard related to the program.
Okay, and of the other sort of components of the DC Biz Cap, we were probably talking more so the two loans you were mentioning, were they specifically under the collateral support or loan participation, or?
From my understanding, one is under collateral support and the other is under the innovation finance program.
Okay, but the innovation finance is still, all these programs are loan programs.
All of them are loan programs.
Yeah. Under attachment 1, contracts, there's a line item for financially fit DC. The fund allocated is $275,000 with the contract awarded to FELA LLC. The program has primarily been supported by reprogrammings in the past. Do you anticipate reprogramming funds to support the program in fiscal year 2022 as well?
At this time, I don't anticipate reprogramming the funds for that. But Bright, I don't know if you know otherwise.
No.
How much is allocated? Again, it's 275. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Talk a little bit, if you would, Commissioner, about the goals for participants as they complete that program. What's the expectation you all have it for these participants?
For financially fit?
Yes.
So for Financially Fit DC is really a program that's online. It's a curriculum that's online. And so with a lot of our programs, the goals are around ensuring that residents get the support that they need to raise their credit scores, to plan budgets for whatever financial matters that they have. So the Financially Fit the program itself is a curriculum. It's online. It's a online marketing tool. And so residents can go in and fill in a number of different questions and get support around their finances overall.
Have you all had the need to maybe modify this program in any way, given the conditions of the pandemic, or has it proceeded in FY21 the same way it's proceeded in prior years?
I would say yes, we have been able to modify the curriculum as needed online. And so you'll find that in our budget, There are usually dollars allocated to enhance the curriculum. And so I think what you're seeing is that there are dollars that are allocated to assess the current curriculum and to modify it accordingly. And I know that we did that in FY20 as well.
Okay.
And council member, as you're probably aware, a lot of the modifications that we made to most of our programs was to fit it to a virtual platform. And so we increased the amount of virtual programming that we provided across all of our programs, but particularly related to our financial empowerment and education efforts.
Okay. On F60 under workload measures, complaint activity, the number of residents who receive fraud abuse prevention, financial literacy training, and in-person consumer protection information has significantly declined from FY18 to FY20 by nearly 6,000. Why has there been such a significant decline over time, and do you expect this trend to continue for FY 2022?
And you said that's for fraud abuse?
Fraud abuse prevention, financial literacy training, and in-person consumer protection information.
So I will say that what you're probably seeing is a decline that's attributed to the lack of residents being able to bring in their complaints. During pre-COVID business operations, residents were able to walk in their complaints to our office. There was a lot of in-person service that was provided through our complaint process. What we found in COVID is that we still allowed residents to submit complaints, but most of it was done via online or via the mail. And so what you're seeing is a rapid decline in the number of residents that were able to come into the office with an array of different complaints.
Just to stay on that topic for a minute in terms of complaints, as you, I'm sure know, Ward 5 has experienced increased damage in certain neighborhoods due to flooding. Edgewood, parts of Atkinson, Bloomingdale come to mind. Brookland similarly experienced. Even in parts of Woodridge, I visited homes that have been damaged by flooding last fall. Oftentimes residents are discovering that they either don't have flood insurance or the insurance they do have will not cover the damage because they don't have the appropriate rider and weren't aware that they needed a rider specifically for some aspect of their insurance to cover flood damage or backflow damage. Can you share what DISB is doing in collaboration with insurance companies or any other sister agencies to address gaps in coverage and information to homeowners about that?
Yes, and thank you for that question. I'll say that resiliency is one of our agency performance goals and something that we have been intently focused on this year. After the major flood event that occurred last year, we formulated our own internal working group around how to best support the district and the residents of Ward 4 and also Ward 5 as it relates to flood and water damage coverage. And so we have quarterly events that we have been hosting in each quarter where we provide our internal staff members to answer questions about flood insurance and water damage coverage. We've also been partnering with the Department of Energy and Environment, SEMA. We recently participated in the Office of People's Counsel. They had a forum that they invited us to, and we provided information on the resources that we have. In response to the flood event that occurred last year, we put together a rapid consumer complaint process where residents could go in online, fill out information, and we would rapidly respond to their requests and needs related to flood insurance and water damage coverage. We also reached out to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners to make them available as well, the organization available to respond to the questions that residents would have about their insurance. We have a designated person on our team, my Deputy Commissioner, Sharon Shipp, who is the point of contact internally for all questions related to flood insurance and water damage coverage. We recognize that a number of residents do not have the necessary flood insurance that they need. A lot of times it's because maybe where they live, they may not necessarily be in a floodplain area. And so if they're buying their home, they may say you may not necessarily need the flood insurance because you don't live in a floodplain area. But we realize that regardless of whether you live in a floodplain area or not, there is a possibility that you may need flood insurance. And so through our forums, through our engagement, we have been encouraging residents to get the right type of insurance. We've been bringing experts in that are within the insurance community to provide information on the types of insurance that residents would need to protect their homes, to protect their property.
Right. No, I appreciate that. And I may need to circle back and loop in some of my constituent service team because there's still a significant number of residents who all these months later still have damage to their homes that has not been repaired because the insurance doesn't cover it. DC Water didn't cover it, and they don't know where to turn at this point. I am particularly concerned with senior citizens, people on fixed incomes who have to use their basements or have really continued to suffer with the lack of resources to repair their homes after those significant flood events last fall. So we want to make sure that they understand what information is available to them through DISB as we've tried to engage and keep them connected to the appropriate agencies. But perhaps there's some things that you all are doing that would help inform what their options are at this point.
Absolutely. And to that point, council member, we've also referred a number of residents to DC Water. We also would encourage residents that they have not done so. And if they have any claims or any complaints regarding their insurer, to submit their complaint via our consumer complaint process. And that information is available on our website at disb.dc.gov.
Thank you for that. DISB has listed contracts it anticipates entering in fiscal year 22 in the CSG attachments. What percentage of these contracts do you anticipate? I don't know if you have the numbers for 2022 yet. We might want to start with your goals for FY 2020 and how you fared in achieving those goals. And also, what are your goals for FY 2021 and how are you doing toward meeting the goals for 21 as well?
And which goals in specific are you referring to?
Your CBE spend.
Our SB spend. So for FY21, our agency CBE goal is 2.5 million. Currently, we have spent approximately 167,000, which is 6% of the stated goal. We are anticipating that that goal will be adjusted down, and that's primarily attributed to a number of our large contracts that go towards nonprofit organizations. Currently, we have about 553,000 that's currently obligated with SBEs, and POs have been established. And so the rest of that we are anticipating in the fourth quarter that there will be a significant number of spending that is attributed to the SBE goal. And so that's something we are anticipating. That's something that we're in the process of doing now.
What was your goal for FY20, Commissioner?
For FY20, the adjusted goal was 145,000. However, our final spending was 2.4 million.
Yeah, I need you to reconcile that for me, right? Because that is a really low goal with a really high spend, which I would imagine led you to establish an initial goal of 2.5 million for this fiscal year, which you anticipate to be adjusted down significantly. So if you could reconcile where you were last year when you determined that the goal was going to be 145, but you ended up at 2.5 million. So what's that about?
Yeah, so from my understanding, that's attributed to budget cuts that were associated with the public health emergency. And so the department's expendable budget and SBE goal was decreased. The budget increase.
Which fiscal year are you referring to now?
FY20.
Okay.
FY20.
Okay. So what was the original FY20 goal? Was it not $145,000?
The original goal was not 145,000. It was adjusted down. I don't have the original goal amount in front of me, but I can follow up and get that to you.
Okay, but you ultimately spent over $2 million in FY20?
Yes.
And do you know the types of things you spent that on, or why do you expect that after spending over $2 million in FY20 that you won't spend a similar amount in FY21?
I think a lot of that is attributed to the types of contracts that we issued in FY20 and also in FY21. As I mentioned, the contracts that are excluded from the expendable budget in the past have been the opportunity accounts, the earned income tax credit, and housing counseling services. And so we are in the process of reconciling with our budget for this year how much of that is going to actually be spent down by the end of the performance period. But I can follow up with you from this hearing on the exact contracts that we issued that got us over that SBE spend.
Yeah, that would be helpful. When you refer to the DEI work that's happening within the agency, is that work specifically designed to benefit the agency internally, or is any aspect of what you all are, the resources being allocated under that umbrella of diversity, equity, and inclusion, is any portion of that outward facing, or is it all internal?
It's both internal and external.
Okay, talk about the external component or actually talk about both. You can start with the internal.
So focused on the internal, we have an internal subcommittee working group that has really been looking at our internal operations. And so as a result of their efforts, some of the proposed recommendations that they have already started to implement include creating mentorship programs for new staff that are coming into the organization. And so we have, I want to say about 37 DISB staff that have signed up for either to be a mentor and or to mentor a new staff person that's come into the organization. And so that's to ensure that we're bringing in new staff that they could get the learning and the support that they need to acclimate themselves into the culture of the department. So that's one aspect of our program. We've also been really focused on how we can enhance the talent pipeline coming into the department, enhance the world of financial services to young people here in the district. And so part of the recommendations include creating new pathways to understand the department and the different areas that we regulate. And so we do that through our summer youth employment program, but we also have added a new component that focuses on the Insurance Bureau and the Securities Bureau and introducing young people to careers in insurance and also securities. And so we're also excited about that effort. We also have been really focused on the professional development of employees. And so we recognize this as an important opportunity to assist them in enhancing their skills, their knowledge about the work, and to develop as professionals. And so that's another important component of the work that we do. We've been very intentional in reaching out to our colleges and universities, UDC, Gallaudet University. A lot of folks may not know, but we have a very robust partnership with Gallaudet University through their risk management program. And so we bring interns to the department from Gallaudet to learn about our actuarial services. And so that work will also increase as well. On the external side, we have subcommittees that have proposed recommendations on the insurance, securities, and banking side. On the banking side, we're really looking at how we can support the expansion of financial literacy curriculum for school-age children, ensure that there's fair and equitable appraisal process here in the district. I know that's something that you've spoken, asked me questions about, and it's something that we have been looking into as to what that's going to look like. So we've been in touch with DCRA and the appraisal board, and really looking at how we can focus on ensuring that there's equity and parity across the board as it relates to our appraisal process. In addition, what we've done is we have started having conversations with a number of federal partners about their diversity efforts and our diversity efforts and how we can partner. And so we've been meeting with the FDIC, the Consumer Protection Finance Bureau, with the Security Exchange Commission, and with the OCC. And so we're excited about the direction of those conversations as it relates to our DEI efforts. On the security side, we're really focused on investor education and really building out a robust investor education program that spans from young people to seniors. We've been very active on the senior side and the aging population through our consumer advocates. So we have a lot of programming available for seniors and the aging population. We want to make sure that we expand that from young people to college students, to young adults, to middle-aged residents, so that they have the information that they need about how to invest related to their overall financial future. So we recognize that this is important to reducing the wealth gap here in the district. On the insurance side, there are a number of different things that we are still looking at. We recently had an external working group meeting. The external working group consists of a number of different representatives here in the district that cut across the different industry areas. And so on the insurance side, we're looking at addressing economic disparities that may obstruct pathways to the middle class, some of which would include evaluating the opportunity to put protections in place for the use of DNA for all lines of insurance. We're also considering the opportunity to address the unaffordability of auto insurance. We've heard that quite a bit from residents. So the unaffordability of auto insurance via legislation. Again, these are all proposed ideas and things that we're in the process of talking about and working through with our external advisory committee.
Okay. And you mentioned early on, just a lot of this stuff, by the way, I appreciate your efforts. And again, I'm just going to mention, because what I've determined through my oversight is that different agencies are at different stages of their work. around racial equity, diversity, equity, inclusion. I also think that there are different levels of understanding the importance, both internally and externally. Well, maybe that's not the right way to put it. I'll say that because I don't want to place sort of a value on anybody's thinking. I'll just say that I think that what you just described demonstrates that your agency is ahead, so to speak, of other agencies in your work, which is, it's a good thing that you're doing all that you're doing, both internally and externally. But I wonder about the level of coordination and whether other agencies understand what you all are doing and might be able to learn from some of the things that you all are doing. And maybe similarly, you could learn from some things that other agencies are doing, which is why I'll mention again the mayor's office on racial equity and the role of the chief equity officer in coordinating some of these things. You have the working group going on. There is a requirement in the law that I authored and the council passed unanimously in the REACH Act that every government employee be trained in racial equity. And I think it's important. And so I just wanted to kind of just highlight how much work is going on at DISB. And, I'm just really curious about whether there is the type of coordination happening amongst agencies on the executive so that that you all can benefit from some of the work that the agencies are doing. I can't really see that it is, and maybe you can share with me, is this?
Yeah, so I can speak to what we've experienced and through the Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure. And so Deputy Mayor Babers has been quite intentional in ensuring that all of the agencies within her cluster that we meet and talk about our equity efforts. And so DMWA actually has a equity group related to all of the different agencies within our cluster. Having spoken with, and my understanding is that Dr. Amber Heward participated in one of the last meetings that the Deputy Mayor had regarding the equity work across the board. And so my experience is that it's definitely there. I think it depends upon the agency and their focus. In speaking with a number of the other directors in the DMWA cluster, most of them have focus around equity as well. And so we're learning from them just as they're learning from us. And that equity council, from my understanding, meets on a monthly basis.
Okay. All right. No, I appreciate that. I'm going to shift and keep on with my questions. I'm coming near to the end. Just as a heads up to Director of Department for Our Vehicles. On June 1st, the council approved a $1.1 million contract between DISB and a local vendor to expand the city's Opportunity Accounts program by doubling the number of persons served, I think from approximately 150 to 300 people. Can you say more about who this program serves? And I know you talked about it in your original testimony this morning, but I'd like to hear you expound on that and talk about how DISB determines that an expansion was needed, and when will the vendor's contract be finalized for this program?
Sure, and thank you for that question. The DC Opportunity Accounts program, as I mentioned in my testimony, is a 4-to-1 match savings program. This program helps qualified residents to save up to $7,500. The focus of the program is really to help develop savings habits for residents and to create financial resiliency for residents and their families. The funds can be used for a variety of different expenses, including buying one's first home, for educational expenses, for small business development, for any emergency medical expenses as well. The program is administered through CAB, the Capital Area Asset Builders, spearheaded by Joseph. And I know Joseph testified about the program as one of the public witnesses, and we thank him for his partnership and his enthusiasm around this program. It's through our partnership with CAB that we have been able to support over 181 residents related to this program. It remains important to the work that we do because it really does help to develop healthy savings habits for our residents, which is one of the reasons why we stress the importance of the program. We have continuously had a long wait list for the program. So the current 1.1 million that you referred to, and I believe it's either 1.1 or 1.2 million, that's to go towards the 400 residents that have been on the wait list for the program for most of this year. And so we're hopeful that the additional resources will go to cut that number down tremendously. And then the additional resources via the federal stimulus funds for FY22 will further extend that work as well. So as I mentioned, we have more than 181 individuals that have enrolled. Nearly 50%, 90 of those individuals have actually withdrawn the matched funds, which have helped them to reach their savings goals. And so that represents about 675,000 in combined contributions and match funds for the program. As I mentioned, we continue to have an extensive wait list, and with the additional funding that we will receive in FY22, the 3.7 million, that will help us to assist an additional 33 accounts, and that will provide us with a total of 593 accounts in the total number of residents that we'll be able to support through the Opportunity Accounts program.
Okay, and just to be clear, how much of that total is one-time funds?
The 3.7 million, from my understanding, is one-time funds.
And that's on the federal side. Are any of the local funds one-time?
Bright, do you know whether the local funds are
local? They're one-time. Yeah.
Okay. The local is one time as well? Is that what I heard? Okay. The entirety of what's in the local portion of this?
4 point something million.
Did you answer? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Right, were you able to answer?
You said the local.
Yeah, are the entirety, so the rest, so take away the 3.7 million in American Rescue Plan funds, how much is left on the local side, and how much of that local side funding is one time? Okay.
The local, if you take out the 3 million, then there's the balance of 658, which is the returning citizens. All of them are on local one time.
Okay.
So council member, all of it is one time, and it's my understanding the only thing that's recurring is the vendor maintenance.
Okay. Okay, and just so I'm clear, Commissioner, how much is left minus 3.7 million in art funds?
How much is left?
How much is the local portion of?
The total local is 4.4 million.
4.4 million.
Yes.
Specifically for the opportunity accounts, 4.4 million. For
the opportunity accounts, the total opportunity account is 3.8 million.
3.8?
Yes.
Total. Okay, so the
difference of that will be the balance for the returning citizens, which is 658.
So the opportunity accounts for FY22 are primarily all ARC funds.
Yes.
Okay. So it's the 3.786 minus the 6.7 for the returning citizens that we talked about earlier.
Minus the 657.
657. Yeah. So the FEC program we talked about earlier is it basically the same as the opportunity fund program, or is that just it's in the same fund in the budget?
It's in the same fund in the budget, but they're separate programs.
Got it. Okay. All right. And you said earlier the 3.7 would help to for an additional 33 accounts. I think you meant 333, correct?
Yes, I definitely meant 330.
All right. Just want to make sure. All right. Okay. Let me see. I left off. So the money we were talking about earlier, the 1.1, that contract on June 1st, that's for this fiscal year. And how much is in the budget for the opportunity accounts for fiscal year 21 total?
1.2 million.
1.2. Okay. All right. Did you all see that participants had a difficult time last year in funding their opportunity accounts, given the consequences of COVID-19? Or was the rate of participation in monthly deposits the same, notwithstanding the pandemic?
It's not my understanding that participants had difficulty accessing the program. From my understanding, the numbers grew during the pandemic in terms of the wait list.
Okay, that's interesting.
And we've had some really great success stories coming out of that program and really seeing the benefit of it and how it's really assisting residents.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm understanding the breakdown of these funds just correctly. And it might be a slightly redundant, but I think it at least helps me understand how these funds are in your budget. So we talked about the $3,786,916 that are going to help for the additional 333 accounts for the opportunity, DC Opportunity Accounts Program. Now, that is what you all receive primarily in that $4,444,774 in American Rescue Plan Act funds as local revenue replacement, correct? Okay. 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 And is the Opportunity Accounts Program by design a program that you all fund annually on a one-time, non-recurring basis?
It's a program that since FY19 we have funded on an annual basis.
Okay. And typically participation in the program stretches for how long?
In terms of?
If I become a participant in this program and I put money down on January 1, 2021, how long am I engaged with the agency for this program? for however long it takes me to save up or get the match? Like, how does that work with CAB?
So I could get you the exact number of months, but residents have, they have to save up to $1,500 of their own money to put into the program. And then the additional match, which is the $6,000 that our office puts into the program. So once that savings occurs, then those dollars are provided. So on estimate, I believe it's about 15 months to reach those stated goals.
15 months. And the way that the contract works, you all get the money out. So there's no issue with overlap in the fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay. And so everything for FY22, you all are still in the process of contracting for the $1.1 million that we just approved earlier this month, or has that already been executed?
Yes, we have a contract finalized and the PO is in process
Okay.
for the 1.2 that was executed earlier. I'll also add that during that 15-month period, residents are also getting education. So they have educational courses that they have to take via CAB around savings, around their financial affairs. And so that's also incorporated into that period in which they're saving up money.
Did you mention that there was so the pandemic, according to your understanding, and if your understanding is different, or if you have a better understanding subsequent to the hearing, then let us know. But that there were no concerns with getting people to participate during the pandemic last year, and that there should be no shortage of people who are willing to participate this year.
That is correct. I would say participation remained about the same from the previous fiscal year. And so I was not told that there was any issues getting residents to participate in the program.
Okay, and in terms of identifying people, the additional amount of the significant expansion, there are no concerns with that at all?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
And that's evident by the wait list. For us to have had a wait list of over 400 plus residents, to me signals that there is interest, there's a need, and there's demand for the program.
Okay, and the way I read it online, at least, there are certain thresholds or maximum incomes that a household would need to meet in order to be eligible for the program. So you have to be a DC resident, and I'm reading from online, have a maximum annual household income of $54,250 for households with one adult and $62,000 for two adults living in the same household. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and have less than $10,000 in net assets. Okay, and that puts people at about 60% of MFI, a little slightly over 60% of MFI.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. So in terms of, I think you may have mentioned in your testimony something to the effect that the slots created as part of the $1.1 million contract expansion may not be filled by the end of this fiscal year. Is that correct or not?
I'm sorry, repeat the first part of that.
That still on the same program, that the slots created as part of the $1.1 million contract expansion may not be filled by the end of this fiscal year?
That is correct. So we'll still have some carryover from into FY22 in terms of the number of slots available.
But the funds for the expansion will have already been issued to the contractor?
That is correct. That is not correct.
Okay, how does that work?
So the 1.2 million will be issued to the contractor for this performance period. So that's what's already in motion. In terms of the number of slots available, there will still be a remaining number of residents on that wait list after this performance period.
All right, but the money goes out this fiscal year, even if the program participants sort of lags behind it, so that there's no real overlap in terms of DISB having money left in FY 2021 for this specific program.
Correct, for DISB, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay. We talked earlier about the homeowners, some of the assistance that the agency provides to homeowners, and we actually talked about this as well during performance oversight earlier this year. As it relates to disputes with mortgage companies, deferments, and things like that, I would be remiss if I didn't ask how things are going with Mr. Fred Gamble's matter. I don't need a whole lot of detail, but would love it if you have an update just in terms of whether there's an outcome that's satisfactory to Mr. Gamble's in the agency, or any information you could share on that.
I would say that since the performance oversight hearing and even prior to the hearing, we have been working with Mr. Gamble towards a favorable resolution related to his complaint. We continue to do so, and we are tracking the progress of that. We're in regular contact with Housing Counseling Services regarding the progress of his loan. We've been contacted by him quite a few times, and we continue to reiterate the steps that we have taken to address the nature of his complaint. And so we're hopeful that his particular complaint will come to a final resolution this year. And so we're continuing to work towards it. We're in constant contact with him. And I know that through legal support with Housing Counseling Services, that they have been very supportive and have provided over 40 hours of free legal service for his particular matter.
Okay. The committee is scheduled to mark up the Insurer Corporate Governance Annual Report Act of 2021. This bill is based on model legislation prepared by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. And DISB in the past has specified that adoption of the requirements in that model is necessary for the district to maintain its NAIC accreditation. Can you say more about the accreditation process and where DISB presently stands? And is DISB still up for NAIC accreditation review this year?
So yes, the department is definitely still up for accreditation review this year. We actually just wrapped up a first phase of the accreditation process where NIC has consultants that look at our exams and our analysis and our files and determine whether, based upon the exams and the analysis, whether or not we're suited to possibly pass accreditation. And so we completed that process last week, and my team did a lot of work to prepare for it. And so we're hopeful that we'll have a favorable recommendation as it relates to our exams and analysis files. As it relates to the Corporate Governance Annual Report Act of 2021, there is another component to the accreditation review process that would require us to have certain model laws on the books. And so we are working to ensure that we have that in place. And so if there's any non-compliance related to that, then the NIC will bring that to our attention. And so we're hopeful that as the committee intends to hold a markup for the bill, I believe on June 16th, that we'll get closer towards that goal. But there will be a meeting that NIC holds where the district will have to go before the committee. And I believe that meeting is in August, and talk about our accreditation, and they'll provide us with feedback in terms of where we stand with that.
Okay. All right. Just to be clear, I do want to make sure that I understand the totality of the federal funding that DISB has in its budget. As I mentioned earlier, we talked about the 3 million. Actually, no, the number is, let me look back at my other reference point. Well, let me ask it in a different way, in a more open-ended way. What is the total amount of American Rescue Plan funds in DISB's budget?
Can I answer? Okay, can I answer?
Sure.
It's 4,444,773.68.
Okay.
4 million.
Got it. All right. And
Now, 3786916 the account.
Okay.
657858 is for the returning citizens.
Yep.
All right. Out of the 3786916 for the opportunity account, 240,233.86 is for the FTEs built into that fund.
Okay.
All right. Then on the returning citizens, there are 2 FTEs built in there for a total of 172,853.26 cents.
Okay. And are those FTEs at DISB?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So DISB is in FY22 will have 2 FTEs specifically to work on the returning citizens component.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Now, that's coming out of federal American Rescue Plan funding, which is one time, no?
Yes.
So how does that work in terms of funding an FTE? Is it a temporary position?
They're temporary positions.
Okay. And so those positions will expire.
Well, depending on how this fund goes, maybe, depending on the definition of how this fund is going to go in the future. But they are temporary FTEs.
So in other words, but it depends on some future decisions, but in terms of how this budget is funded, those 2 FTEs are only for 12 months.
Yes, right now.
Unless
Yes.
they subsequent budget.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And so, Councilmember, we'll also follow up with a definitive response around that, because it's my understanding that that would be over a 3 to 5 year period. But in terms of how the FTEs would work, we'll have to follow up with you as to how that would work.
So those portions of the American Rescue Plan funds are the ones that have a window of about 3 to 4 years to be spent. Got it. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay. I don't have any additional questions at this point. Is there anything else, Commissioner, that you would like to add to the record before we transition?
I just want to, again, thank you, council member, thank the committee, and also thank the staff of the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking that have been exemplar over this past year. As evident by the testimony, there is a lot of work ahead, and I'm hopeful that we will continue to press forward and meet the goals. Also want to recognize and thank the mayor for her leadership, and just glad to be able to continue to do this good work. Before I close, just want to wish you and all the fathers out there happy Father's Day. I know Father's Day is coming up. So just want to, again, thank you for the work that you continue to do.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. And I appreciate you all's testimony here today and the work of all your team over the past several months during this pandemic. You all take care.
Bye-bye.
Next, we're going to ask staff to transition to the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, or I don't refer to it as DFHV. Let me just call it a department. Has a mission to protect the public interest by regulating the vehicle for hire industry to allow the citizens and visitors of the district to have safe, affordable, and accessible transportation options. The department provides licensing, adjudication, enforcement, and lost and found services for passengers and drivers. The proposed fiscal year 2022 operating budget for the department is approximately $23.3 million, which is a 31% increase from the fiscal year 2021 approved operating budget of approximately $17.8 million. The department's proposed budget is mostly comprised of special purpose revenue funds. The agency has budgeted for 70 FTEs, which reflects no change from its fiscal year 2021 budget. With that, I'm going to call Director Doe and his team and ask that participants please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. Good morning to you, Director. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Well, good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee and committee staff. I am David Doe, the Director of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and I'm pleased to testify before you today as our city reopens and begins to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. On May 27th, Mayor Bowser presented the fiscal year 22 budget and financial plan, the Fair Shot budget. This budget makes significant investments to provide relief, recovery, and growth, focusing on the pillars of equitable recovery, such as access to affordable housing, healthy neighborhoods, academic acceleration, gun violence reduction programs, and safe and accessible transportation options. As Mayor Bowser said, the Fair Shot budget honors the sacrifices our communities have made this past year by making big investments in residents and businesses that were hit hardest. This budget will be transformative for the for-hire industry. I'm excited to tell you about the agency plans for the upcoming fiscal year to guide industry recovery. But first, I would like to thank Mayor Bowser and her administration, as well as you, Chairperson McDuffie and the council, for your unyielding support and public service throughout the pandemic. We have all lived through a time in history that will not easily be forgotten, and I'm proud to have stood with you to help our city get through it. I'm also inspired by the work, dedication, and resiliency of the for-hire industry during a year like no other. The companies and operators persevered to provide critical services throughout the pandemic. I also want to acknowledge the support and advice from the For-Hire Vehicle Advisory Council, led by Chairperson Linwood Jolly. My team and I look forward to working closely with the industry and stakeholders as we navigate the road to recovery. As of today, taxi trips are down 90% and transportation network companies, or TNC trips, are down 70%. We remain hopeful that trip demand will increase as the district reopens. This transformative budget for DFHV includes major investments, which will not only help get the industry back to where it needs to be, but will also help the riding public get to where they need and want to go, including shopping, restaurants, and entertainment. This is a win-win for the district and its recovery. This year, DFHV has been making big plans with a recovery blueprint to get the industry back to the path to recovery. The mayor's Fair Shot budget makes those plans a reality with the biggest investments that industry has ever seen. We're so excited to make fiscal year 22 a hallmark year for the industry and the city. With the mayor's proposed budget, DFHV will implement a recovery blueprint, which includes fee relief to help drivers get back on the road. All DFHV fees will be waived for the fiscal year and fiscal year 22, including Face IDs, one-stop registrations, and limo licenses. Digital taxi cab solutions fees will also be waived for 6 months, starting this fiscal year. Creating a new initiative to support transportation for gun violence prevention in partnership with Building Blocks DC. Restarting the successful microtransit program, DC Neighborhood Connect, in wards 1, 4, and 5, and 8, and add additional service in Union Market, Ivy City, and the Fort Lincoln area. Beginning an innovative new on-demand service for schools in wards 7 and 8 that are part of the Safe Passage program in partnership with the Deputy Mayor for Education. And in support of Vision Zero, DFHV will continue to enforce road safety laws on both taxis and transportation network companies. The other parts of the recovery blueprint include industry innovations, such as promoting more ways to connect passengers and drivers through the use of e-hailing and digital dispatch, allowing taxi drivers to provide trips on different TNC platforms, including Uber, Lyft, and Via, allowing taxi drivers to deliver parcels of food and giving passengers an option to prepay for a lower taxi fee for trips dispatched from an app, encouraging taxi companies to offer discounted fares hailed on the street, examining possible regulatory relief such as reducing driver and vehicle requirements. And so we're excited to begin these transformative efforts in the next fiscal year, which are critical to enhance economic growth in the district and offer innovative and diverse services to the public. These initiatives answer the call we've heard from many of our stakeholders this past year. DFHV conducted enhanced outreach with the industry throughout this pandemic, including virtual info sessions, a taxi driver summit, and industry roundtables. We heard from the industry that financial and regulatory relief are greatly needed. We also heard from the industry that wants to diversify to other services than traditional taxi passenger service, and users want accessible, equitable options. The mayor's fiscal year 22 budget delivers on those asks. Advancing racial equity is also a critical goal of the agency and serves as a foundation for our policies and programs. The equity-focused programs of fiscal year 22 include DC Neighborhood Connect, Transport DC, and the New Schools Microtransit Program. These initiatives will have the effect of addressing transportation and geographic equity, along with a positive impact on communities of color and Black residents. In addition, we will ensure staff to provide the adequate training and remain data-driven to implement appropriate programmatic changes. Transport DC continues to make meaningful difference in the lives of its participants. In fiscal year 21, to date, 135,000 trips were provided. During our COVID-19 response, Transport DC helped residents with disabilities by adding grocery trips. Other DFHV services and programs include Vets Rides were modified to meet transportation needs during the public health emergency. Beginning next fiscal year, changes will be made to the Transport DC program to ensure its continued success and sustainability. DFHV has engaged Transport DC users on the changes and received positive feedback on lifting the trip restrictions during the last half of the month. And DFHV remains committed to wheelchair accessible vehicle service and will continue to monitor and incentivize these services. As the city reopens, DFHV is ensuring our client services team is equipped to process license applications without delay. We have automated many of our services and added a chat option to our website. The client services division remains open by appointment for our drivers. Our vehicle inspection officers are enforcing Title 18 road safety regulations in all for-hire vehicles and participating in virtual OAH and DMV hearings. Overall, the fiscal year 22 budget of $23.3 million represents a 31% increase over the fiscal year 21 approved budget of $17.8 million. The budget is comprised of $13.7 million in local funds and $8.8 million in special purpose revenue funds and $150,000 in federal funds. The budget also includes $686,000 in intra-district funds. In fiscal year 22, DFHV will be providing $10.8 million in total grant funding through Transport DC and business transformation grants. Under the business transportation grants, DFHV will be awarding grants for additional zones and services for microtransit, now DC Neighborhood Connect. DFHV's programs and policies are intended to support the city's economic recovery and foster innovation to eliminate transportation barriers. Most importantly, we are committed to ensuring compliance with the district laws and regulations to make for-hire rides safe, affordable, accessible, and efficient as the district builds back better. In closing, these significant resources allocated to the Department of For-Hire Vehicles supports the Bowser administrations to provide a fair shot to all Washingtonians. The fiscal year 22 budget sets a for-hire industry up for a strong recovery and transformation. Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you for your testimony this morning, Director. I do have some questions for you. And I'm going to start off as I have with the other agencies and ask about racial equity. Are there specific programs or allocations included in your proposed fiscal year 22 budget that are designed to address racial or economic inequities faced by district residents? Please describe in detail what these efforts are and how they address those specific inequities.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for helping pass the REACH Act last year. We are committed to racial equity at our agency, and as you saw from my testimony, many of our programs look at transportation and geographic equity. I am excited by Mayor Bowser's investments in this budget for the Department of For-Hire Vehicles with $6.1 million in microtransit funding for our safe passage zones. This program will get kids to and from 4 safe passage zones east of the river in Ward 7s and 8, to and from locations within the safe passage zones to make sure that our students get home safely. One of the other big items in our budget is fee waivers for our drivers, many of whom are persons of color and have been disproportionately affected by this unforeseen global pandemic. And so we wanted to get them back to the road and to recovery, and the fee waiver will be a start to that. And we're also proud to enhance and expand microtransit to now many areas of our city, including wards 8, wards 1, 4, and 5, and then a new zone in Ivy City, Union Market, and Noma. And all of these, what we know is that many of our residents, especially in some of these zones, face longer commute times, and microtransit will get residents to where they need to go, including various amenities in the district, metro stations, grocery stores, healthcare facilities, so that we can bring transportation and geographic equity. And I look forward to working with you to expand those opportunities for our residents.
I appreciate that response. I want to follow up on that response, if I could. The safe passage zones that you mentioned, how many safe passage zones are they?
There are 4 safe passage zones east of the river that will be impacted with this service.
Got it. Okay. And so you said there are four safe passage zones east of the river that will be impacted by this service. Are there any other safe passage zones that are connected to a program or budget allocation within the department?
The safe passage zone is, I think, for this program, it's one of the biggest investments that it's ever seen. It's gone from $0 to $6.1 million in the mayor's fiscal year 20 budget. This is the biggest investment it's ever seen, and it focuses on Ward 7 and Ward 8. And there is, I think, 23 different schools within those zones, and then there are about 40 plus safe passage schools across our city. So
Yeah.
It encompasses half of our schools.
Okay. And with respect to those safe passage zones, do you have insights into how or tell me a little bit about safe passage zones and specifically what the program is going to do?
Yeah, so the new microtransit zone is going to focus on getting students to and from their schools to 3 or so locations in these safe passage zones. There are 4 total in wards 7 and 8, which encompasses 23 different schools. And it's basically a morning shuttle for 3 hours in the morning and then about 3 hours in the evening. And it's a flexible on-demand service where students and their parents can coordinate with our provider. We are still working on awarding the provider, but this is a program that we are starting up and looking to scale over the next 3 months of this fiscal year and then the entire fiscal year next year. And basically it encompasses, I think, capital investments for 26 to 30 new microtransit vans, monthly recurring costs, a program manager, and then also bus monitors within these vehicles to ensure the safety of our kids.
Okay. How many, so this is going to be contracted out, essentially, the transit portion will be contracted out?
So how this is going to work is similar to many of our other programs where we look forward to investing in the for-hire industry. And so we expect that similar to Transport DC, Vets Rides, or many of our other programs, that a taxi provider who is operating in the district and typically a CBE will get this and award it. And so this is a win-win not only for our kids, but our local businesses.
Okay, and is the idea that the recipients will already be predetermined, or will it be on almost on a daily basis? Will it be something where it's long-term, where people understand that they will be picked up every day? Or, I mean, just give me a little bit more detail. And I realize or just let me know if it's so early in the process that you don't have this all fleshed out, but I'm curious, I'm intrigued by this, and I want to know as much detail as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and so again, we're just right now working with the Deputy Mayor for Education and our various stakeholders, including each of the LEAs within the local education agencies within the zones, to reach out to our stakeholders, communicate with them, and get their feedback as we build this program from the ground up. This is going to be the first year ever that there is a transportation component to the safe passage zones. And so we're very excited that we first get buy-in from our local education agencies so that they know what is going on, and then we'll scale it up from there. And so I think that's a little bit about the program, but we're working to get more information, and we'll share with you the committee as we do work on that.
Okay, because was this program created with the input of some of those LEAs or external stakeholders, or how did you all establish this?
Yeah, so this program is something that various stakeholders across all 8 wards have been asking for a long time, which is a transportation component to the safe passage zones. And we're excited for the first time to invest in our safe passage zones with transportation options. And we will continue working with those LEAs to ensure that they continue to be part of the process. And yes, this is something that I know that stakeholders and council members have wanted for a long time. And so the mayor is putting the investment here to support that.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, in terms of the American Rescue Plan Act funds for your agency, what's the total amount in your budget for FY 2022 or anything in your supplemental for 21?
Yeah, so the numbers range, and I'll break it down for you by item. But the biggest component here is about $8 million or so in federal stimulus to support microtransit in one form or the other. And so this is expansion of microtransit to Ivy City, Union Market, and then also to restart the existing 2 zones, both in wards 1, 4, and 5, and then the new or re-upping the zone in Ward 8. And then finally, we are also working about 6.1 of those dollars are going to the microtransit service for the 23 schools in Ward 7 and 8.
Okay. So the total amount of American Rescue Plan Act funds are $7,790,277.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's all in FY 2022.
That is all in FY 2022.
Okay, and that doesn't hit until October 1, though, right? So what happens when school starts prior to that point? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, council member. And so what we're doing is we're working with the mayor's budget to identify funds to ensure that we can buy the capital, including 26 to 30 vans, and then also hiring the program manager and bus monitors so that we can start on August 31st.
Okay. And are those funds anticipated to be appropriated or identified in your budget or transferred to your budget, or who are you working with to make that happen?
Yeah, we're working with the Office of Budget and Performance Management to look for those funds. We haven't identified a certain area where those funds are coming from yet, but I'll be happy to share with the committee when I know more. But I think we're getting close to where we need to be. But it will probably be a part of the fiscal year 21 supplemental.
Okay, and do you anticipate that your agency will be working with OCP to procure the vans and things that you mentioned?
Yeah, so this is going to be a grant to a for-hire industry company.
Got it.
And so it's not with the OCP, but a separate process.
Okay, and you all are going to handle that process?
That is correct.
Okay.
Similar to some of our other
Sure.
programs.
And what's the time frame? I know I think you talked about it earlier in your testimony, but give me again, what's the time frame for that component of granting it to the for-hire operator?
Right. So we're in the midst of finalizing the RFA. It's going through our legal process. Once we do that, we expect to put it in the registrar and promote it that way. Then our local grantees will have about 2 weeks to apply. And then we expect to award it after independent reviews sometime in early August.
Okay, and all this money, the 7.7 million is in FY22, but are these ARP funds similar to those funds we talked about at the previous agency that have a window? What's the window to spend down these funds?
Well, the appropriation is for the budget for this fiscal year, and then in the financial plan over the next 4 years, it is part of the recurring funds.
Oh, okay. At the same level?
I think it's a little bit less because we won't need as many vans in the new years, unless, of course, this program expands.
Okay. And so you anticipate this program that's funded by the American Rescue Plan Act funds to continue throughout the financial plan?
It is in the budget for that, yes.
Okay. Okay. In terms of the safe passage areas, they're not all included. The bulk of them, it sounds like, those 2 zones are included in Ward 7 and 8. I imagine you all work with the Deputy Mayor for Education. Did they also, was there some work with some other agencies in identifying which areas would be covered by this program?
So we worked closely with the Deputy Mayor for Education, DCPS, and then also they've outreached to various DC public charter schools to identify these zones. And what we know is that, we want to start focusing on these zones before we scale it to other places in our city. And so we identified these 4 zones, and we're going to try to we are going to make it work and implement this program and show the success to not only our stakeholders, but also the council, and then hopefully expand from there in the future.
Okay, so we talked about the 7.79 million from the American Rescue Plan funds, and that's in the local funds budget. Just to be clear, is there any additional American Rescue Act funds in the federal resources budget that the committee should be aware of?
So separately, under the line item of federal payments, we also have $150,000 dedicated to our work and partnership with Building Blocks DC. And that's going to be a transportation program similar to Vets Rides or many of our other programs, where it gets residents who need additional services to and from various services, to job training and other immediate on-demand services that they may need. And we're working with Building Blocks DC to finalize the details of the program in the near future.
Okay, we'll follow up with Building Blocks to get some insights into that. I anticipate it'll be, for example, somebody who has been identified as a candidate for Pathways program, if they need a ride from their home to the program, then they should be able to call somebody and get that.
That's correct.
Okay. Bear with me 1 minute. So that sounds about right. The example I just gave with Pathways. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. But again, we're finalizing the details with Building Blocks DC, and then we'll get more information, or the director will get more information to you when you do ask about that.
Okay. Let me see. But are these $150,000 that you're working with Building Blocks? Is that one time, or is that also something that is allocated throughout the financial plan?
I'm not 100% sure on that. Bright, do you have the answer to that?
You're muted.
It's one time.
It's one time.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you have insights, Director, into how you came up with that cost? Is it just that was the amount of funds was available, or is that 150,000 something that you estimated the cost for this program for a specific amount of time with a specific amount of individuals, or how'd you come up with that number?
Yeah, so what we did was we looked at many of our other programs to see, what's a good starting point. So, for example, Vets Rides is about 188,000. Our partnership with the Department of Behavioral Health is about 150,000. And so we thought it would be a good point around that price point because it's going to be a program that is a per ride cost versus overall arching. Providing the transportation with vans, and so it's a little bit different, but it's more similar to our existing programs. And so we start there, and then we build up as the need arises.
Okay. If you could, I'll note that you mentioned specifically that you all are talking to the folks at Building Blocks, and those conversations are ongoing. I will note, I think the way that it's described so far in your budget documents were probably something that you came up with, obviously, prior to today. So to the extent that program evolves, or you all flesh out in greater detail how many people plan to be served, just the contours of that program specifically, I would love to hear it, and if you could provide that information to the committee as a follow-up.
I definitely will, Chairman.
So in part, the agency's budget relies on revenue from the Public Vehicles for Hire Consumer Service Fund, which comes from sources like license and permit fees and taxi cab passenger surcharges. Can you talk about the impact of COVID-19 on that fund?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the for-hire industry has been disproportionately impacted by the public health emergency. And what this means to our agency budget is that we've seen a major reduction over the last 2 fiscal years. For example, let me first kind of state where our big buckets of money are. The first is 1% in gross receipts from TNCs, and those are like Uber trips, Via trips, or Lyft trips. And then the other side is a taxi surcharge of 25 cents per trip. That has greatly reduced. And so for comparison, in fiscal year 19, we had about $10 million in revenue. That was almost cut in half to about $5.8 million. And as you remember, about half of fiscal year 20 was was pre-pandemic, and then about 6 months or so was the pandemic. And then finally, to give you a start comparison, it has our revenue has been about 10% of what it was in fiscal year 19, and that is about $1.1 million. And so, you know, the success of the taxi industry is the success of our budget, but we were able to get through this because of major investments and help from Mayor Bowser within the for our department, and we will not only did we make it through fiscal year 20, but we will make it through fiscal year 21.
Okay. All right. Give me a second.
Sure.
Thank you for that indulgence. This your proposed budget includes $1.8 million for taxi fee forgiveness. Can you talk a little bit about that initiative and how it's going to help support the for-hire vehicle industry's post-pandemic recovery?
Yeah. What we know is that many of our for-hire drivers have been disproportionately impacted by the global pandemic. And like I said earlier, taxi trips, for example, have been hit hardest when compared to all for-hire trips. Taxi trips are down 90% when we compare it to pre-pandemic levels. And what this does is it gets drivers, it lowers the barriers to re-entry into the taxi fleet. It will cover all face IDs. It will cover one-stops for the next 2 years, and many of our other fees, including licenses for limos, and then also non-district limousine licenses, as well as operating authorities for our for-hire vehicle companies. And what we are particularly proud of is waiving of DTS fees for 6 months. What this all means is that it will get our taxi drivers on the road to recovery and back on the road to service many of our residents, including those who work late nights, restaurant workers, people with disabilities, people who need wheelchairs. And so we're very excited that this initiative was brought in place. And I want to thank the mayor for really investing in what we know is the transformation of the for-hire industry.
Talk a little bit about this subtitle that is a part of the mayor's budget that will eliminate the requirement that the department employ at least 20 vehicle inspection officers.
Yeah.
How many positions are included in the FY22 budget for that?
There are 22 FTEs within our budget for VIOs and vehicle inspection officers. What we I think really intended for this is that during the peak of the public health emergency, our budget was not there to kind of support all 20 or hiring all 20 positions that are vacant. And so what this does is it allows the discretion of the director when looking at the agency needs, especially when vehicle trips were down dramatically during the last 2 fiscal years. And so this helps us allocate resources more efficiently and allows us to continue operating even when our budget is down because of our revenue reductions.
What specifically do those vehicle inspection officers do?
Yeah, so they work to ensure the safety of our residents and of our for-hire vehicle drivers, and mainly they do various fireside chats to provide outreach, vehicle inspections in terms of making sure that for-hire vehicles are safe, and then also enforcement of our rules and regulations when they see unsafe driving behavior on our roads. And so they are a critical part of our agency in terms of keeping our roadways safe under our rules and regulations.
Okay, and you said that there specifically how many FTEs in the 22 budget for
22.
22, and how many are currently vacant?
I believe there's been 7 vacancies, if I'm correct.
Okay, all right, and are there in the 21 budget how many positions?
Oh, 22, you mean?
No, I'm talking about currently 21.
So there were 7 vacancies, and then there were 22 positions in the 21 budget.
Okay.
There were 24, and then we moved to support other parts of our agency, including IT and performance management, especially because we were working virtually and trying to build up our digital infrastructure for our taxi drivers.
Okay. How many total vacancies do you have in the agency?
There are 18 vacancies in total.
Okay. How much in vacancy savings do you all have?
There are about 1.6 million in vacancy savings, but I think let me kind of put this in perspective, Mr. Chairman, is that our revenue did not support all of the 18 vacancies, and that's why we didn't fill them. I think when we spoke last year at our budget hearing, I told you that I implemented an internal hiring freeze and spending freeze, and that continues right now because of our revenue projections. They're just not where we expected them to be, and we think that, and we know that it's going to extend into fiscal year 22. And so while this appears on paper as a savings, it is not supported by the revenue that is coming into the agency.
Okay, let me ask about transport DC. Let me note that I just saw that we've been joined by Ward 4 Council Member Janice Lewis George. And so staff, if we could add the clock for me.
I'm a client of Pathways to Housing.
And okay, let me ask about transport DC. There's a decrease, and you talked about this in your testimony, but there's a decrease in fiscal year 2022 budget proposal for funding for transport DC. Tell me a little bit about why that is and how much is going to be allocated for the program in FY. How much is there in 21? Whether there's anything additional in the 21 supplemental, and how much is going to be there in 2022? Okay.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. And so let me step back and say that it is not a reduction, but a realized savings from programmatic changes. First and foremost, what we're implementing is a 10-trip cap. And what that means is that now we can remove the restrictions for the first half of the month and then the second half of the month. As you probably recall, the first half of the month was any type of ride, and then the second half of the month was only for healthcare trips and work trips. Now we're providing the flexibility for our users to use those 10 trips however they want. And then in addition, we are also increasing the fare from $5 to $7 to put it in let me step back, is that this is the first fare increase that Transport DC has ever seen, and it aligns with the highest fare of Metro Access, which is $6.50. Transport DC is an on-demand service, and it's a service that is a premium service, and so we wanted it to reflect the price point for what the other programs are charging, which is about $6.50 from Metro Access at its highest.
So in terms of the in terms of the 10 trip cap, what's the average amount of trips for participants currently?
So the average amount of trips pre-pandemic was about 8 trips per user. And so this is something that I have discussed with the program participants over the last 15 or so months, even before the pandemic hit, is that this is something that we have been considering. What I talked about in full transparency at that time was that there might be an 8 trip cap. Since those discussions and since I've gone and received input from our users, I increased it from 8 to 10, and basically it will encompass 80% of all users to the program.
So the other 20% of those users, I'm assuming, have average trips more than 8.
Correct.
Are there some sort of traits or demographics specific to those 20% that you can share?
Mr. Chairman, we don't collect demographic data, and the only data that we get is eligibility data from WMATA and Metro Access. What we will be doing in the next year and what I've budgeted for is a user survey to identify and ask specific demographic data of our program, especially because of our racial equity goals, to ensure that our programs are reflective of data, and to use that data to identify disparities within our programs. And so as I produce that user survey, I will provide the committee with the results.
Okay, so let me ask this. How much was approved for Transport DC in FY21?
In FY21, it was approved at, I believe, 5.9 million.
Okay, and how much in 20?
I think it was give or take $50,000 from 5.9 million. Okay.
Obviously, far fewer trips in 20. We're starting to reopen. How much was in the budget for FY19?
I think, let me just look at my data. I don't have fiscal year 19 in front of me, but
6.1 million.
Did you catch that? I had trouble hearing.
6.1.
Right?
6.1.
6.1 million.
Yes.
Okay. 6.1 million. Okay. All right. So how much is proposed for FY22?
4.1 million.
Okay. And are there restrictions? There are restrictions on the Transport DC program and participation in that program, correct?
Yeah. So
eligibility. What's the eligibility for participation in Transport DC?
So they have to have a Metro Access ID. And so basically Metro Access does the eligibility requirements. And so this is just alternative program that we use the Metro Access information to identify the users. There's about 15,000 users in DC who use Metro Access, and about 5,000 users who use the Transport DC program. So about a third.
I'm sorry, how much was 5,000 Transport DC and how many in Metro Access?
About 15,000.
Got it. Okay. 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 And what kind of feedback have you gotten from stakeholders who use this program?
Overall, yeah. So I have met with our various stakeholders at our Transport DC user group, and then also the Accessibility Advisory Council, to really kind of talk through some of these changes. And we were open and willing to discuss some other sustainability measures. and in essence that, you know, I think a lot of users were open to it, but they made clear that they wanted more than 8 trips, and that's something that I was able to accomplish with this budget. But there's also been other comments that says, you know, that they wanted no restrictions on trips throughout the entire month, and that's just not the reality of where we are.
So if you could, I'm going to transition to Councilmember Lewis George for a round, but I'm really interested in the 20% that use the program more than 8 trips. If you can identify the types of people, whether there are any sort of common traits, any common things in their background that, you know, we should be concerned about, right? If they're using it a lot and have consistently used it for things like, you know, health or other related, you know, medical treatments, employment. I would want to know how they're going to be impacted specifically. So to the extent you can gather more information or have it, the committee would love to get that from you, because maybe there's something else that they can avail themselves of in addition to Transport DC or Metro Access, or perhaps we should be giving thought to how we accommodate their ability to you know, have rides that are otherwise essential to them and their households.
Let me make 2 points, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, that you know, originally this program was for dialysis patients, and we have exempted many of those trips in terms of counting towards the 10 trip cap. And so dialysis patients who may need to go to and from dialysis 3-4 times a week are covered under this. In addition, you're right, Mr. Chairman, that there are a variety of other options, and it's that we in the district have a continuum of different services. Metro Access is one of them, but also there have been innovations in Metro Access and Abilities Ride. Abilities Ride is a similar program to Transport DC that users can take advantage of. And that's going to be back in full capacity by the time this budget is implemented on October 1st. There's also Senior Med Express for seniors who need to go to and from medical appointments. And so, in essence, you know, I believe that this budget is a good policy measure and allows users who need additional trips to get to and from various transportation places that they need to go to. But moreover, this budget also has an investment in DC Neighborhood Connect, which allows users to get to and from various places in 3 different zones by the time we have all full 3 zones in full operation. And so, you know, I think that we're looking at sustainability measures to ensure that our program continues to thrive in the years to come, and we're more than happy to continue working with you on that. And I will look at providing you with any of the demographic or geographic data that we have in Transport DC.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate your response. I'm well over my time, but I do appreciate you mentioned the other programs that exist for use by these folks who have essential places that they need to go to, health, medical related. That Transport DC isn't the only option. It's a popular option, but it's not the only option. And so, yeah, it'd be helpful if you could follow up with information that speaks to that 20%, but also, you know, to let us know, like, you know, if they're not using Transport DC here, the other things that they can use to get where they need to go. So my apologies for going over Councilman Lewis George, not a member of this committee, but obviously interested and participated in our hearings in the past. So I'm going to turn to you for a round.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's the benefit of being the committee director. All good. I'm just happy to be here. And thank you for hosting this hearing. I came over a little early. My main focus, obviously, is going to be with DSLBD, but I came over a little early because I did get some questions from residents on a few areas for Director Doe. So I want to follow up on the Neighborhood Connect program and Safe Passage. Because it's something that here in Ward 4, we are interested in having a Neighborhood Connect program specifically because our feeder patterns for our schools. The students at Lamont Riggs, for example, have to go to Ida B. Wells for middle school because that's their feeder pattern. And it's not a safe route. It's not an easy route. And so we're interested in learning more about it. So Director Doe, how big is each shuttle? And how many passengers per vehicle for the Neighborhood Connect program?
Thank you so much, Council Member, for that question. And each shuttle is about, it can carry 8 passengers plus the driver.
Okay. Okay. And how many shuttles will be in operation?
We're anticipating about 26 to 30 vehicles. So 1 per school, and then additional vans for schools that may have additional students who need transportation use.
Okay. And that's great. And so how many rides is each shuttle expected to make per day?
We're expecting that each shuttle can do anywhere from 40 to 50 rides between the morning hour and then another 50 in the evening hours.
Okay. And then my question is, what if children from the same family attend different schools? How would that work?
That's a good question, and something that I'll work with the Deputy Mayor for Education and then also LEAs to ensure that we know more about the process of siblings and to ensure that that it works for the families that we serve.
Okay. And sort of how do you factor in current WMATA bus and train routes when planning where the routes will go?
Yeah, so these are in mainly safe passage zones. So there are 4 safe passage zones with 23 schools east of the river in Ward 7 and 8. And so that's how we identified how this is going to work. I'll get back to you with additional details on how it works with the entire transportation network.
Okay. Okay. Because I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of, is this service is to fill in gaps in our existing system?
Yeah, you know, I think this expands additional transportation options for our kids, and then also makes their rides to and from various destinations within that safe passage zone safer and more reliable. And that's what we're trying to kind of aim for with this program.
Okay. And so will the district own the shuttles, or are they the property of the contractor?
And so it's going to be a grantee, and typically for just purposes of operationalizing this, the grantee typically owns the shuttles, but we have a provision within our contracts to claw them back if they don't continue servicing the district.
Okay, okay. And then if a child lives in one safe passage area, will the shuttle take them to one of the other areas? Is there any estimate for how long trips will be?
So what we envision the program to be is that it will be a trip from the school or to the school from 3 different areas within that safe passage zone. But again, this is still a work in progress, and we're continuing to kind of create the program for the new school year on August 31st.
Okay, great. Well, I'm really excited about it. It sounds like a great program. I wanted to get some questions around it because this is something that we have been struggling with here in Ward 4. So I'm asking because of an interest to expand over here where we have these really difficult feeder patterns. I want to go over to another subject area, and that's the taxi fees. How much does it cost to rent a taxi and be a driver?
So it can range from, and it's a weekly price typically, and it can range from $75 a week and upwards. But it's typically around that range. Many drivers also decide that they want to buy their own car and they want to hack up their own car and paint it in the red color with the silver swoosh. and long-term, that is, I think, a better investment. And so, drivers can rent their vehicle for around $75 a week, which sometimes includes insurance and other things. But then also there are costs that the agency implements, which includes their Face ID, which is an ID to drive a for-hire vehicle, one-stop forms if they need to register a new vehicle, and then other things. But our Face ID costs around $250 every 2 years. And so there's a range of different options for our drivers that they can utilize. If, for example, they are just starting their business, they might want to rent for a while. And as they save up more money and they can get a new entry, they can buy, let's say, a Toyota Camry for their services.
Okay. That's great. What taxi fees are we waiving with the fiscal year 22 budget, and how much in total would each driver get back in terms of waived fees?
Yeah, so it's going to be about, so the total costs to the agency was about I believe let me get this so I'm not wrong. 1.5 million in fiscal year 22. And basically that number can range. For a typical driver, that might be around $250 for their Face ID. And then one-stop forms that they need to do to re-register their vehicles would be a little bit more. I think it's about $100 off the top of my head for the one-stop forms. And then also DMV fees would be waived for district residents. It would be $75, and out-of-state taxi drivers will be $100. And so, this kind of adds up. And then with DTS fees, it could range anywhere from $25 to $50 a week for the next 6 months that we're waiving too. And so, as you can see, this will add up to a large amount to get drivers back to driving and back to serving district residents.
Okay. My other question is sort of, and I think this is great, but what are we doing to ensure market competitiveness for our taxi drivers? It seems like treating Uber drivers like employees rather than contractors, I guess, could go a long way to level the playing field. But what is your department doing to end the misclassification of for-hire drivers as gig economy workers?
Could you rephrase that question, council member?
What are you doing to ensure market competitiveness for our taxi drivers? I'll go with the first question and then.
Yeah. So I think that, first and foremost, we have these fee waivers, but we're also expanding opportunities for our taxi drivers. For the first time ever, a group of our companies are coming together to provide an e-hail platform so that taxi trips can get expanded. But we're also looking at our innovation to a tune of 13.1 million next year investments in our for-hire industry, most of which goes to various taxi providers and then to the taxi drivers themselves. And so what this means is that there are additional opportunities for our taxi drivers to make a living and make a competitive wage.
Does the district treat Uber and Lyft drivers as contractors or full employees? Is it the same for official taxi drivers? I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so both for-hire drivers, both public, which is taxi drivers, and private, which is TNCs, are typically independent contractors in the district.
Okay. So, and one last question: why don't we just offer cash assistance to drivers who are hurting from the pandemic? If the point is to help them, wouldn't that be a more direct way of getting that done?
So one of the things is I don't have the capability of direct financial aid to drivers in terms of cash. And this is one way that is basically cash to our drivers. And it, like I said, it adds up almost to $500 per driver. But we also know that at the height of the pandemic, the mayor awarded microgrants outside of this agency to 447 drivers and TNCs, and that was $1,000 per driver. to the tune of $447. In addition, we also have pandemic unemployment assistance, which many of our drivers qualified for. And so that was one way to provide direct assistance to both private for-hire vehicles and private.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. I have a few more questions, Director. You touched on the innovation grants in your testimony, but I want to give you an opportunity to expound on that. The agency's proposed budget includes approximately $480,000 for innovation grants.
Yeah, so that's part of looking at ways to continue to supporting our for-hire businesses. And so as you recall, about 2 years ago, we used these business transformation grants to start the microtransit program, and it has grown exponentially from about 5 trips per week all the way to 1,600 trips per week in wards 1, 4, and 5. And so, we are using these funds to explore new ways to provide additional opportunity for our for-hire industry. And so what we anticipate on using this for is looking at new ways to provide service in the district. And part of that will be investments into microtransit in a new zone potentially.
You all are looking to identify a new zone potentially?
Well, right. In addition to the 2 zones that we have and the new NOMA and Ivy City and Union Market zone, we may be looking for additional zone with that money.
Okay, when would you all have a sense of whether that money is going to go to a new zone or to some other thing potentially?
So it's, I think, a twofold thinking here. First and foremost, we're looking at transportation, where transportation can be enhanced and expanded. But in addition, we're also looking at innovation of like what new services are needed within our communities and within our neighborhoods to look at how we can best use that money. And so about 483,000 of that will go to exploring new business opportunities for the for-hire industry.
Okay, all right. It would be helpful to know specifically what it's going to be used for. Obviously understand the desire to have some latitude with that. And you all just talked about, you and Councilmember Lewis George, about DC Connect. But just to be clear, how much exactly is allocated for the grant to restore DC Connect service?
So it's $917,000 for microtransit for the existing 2 zones. So one zone is wards 1, 4, and 5, and then the second zone is ward 8. And then the new Union Market zone is about $750,000.
Okay, and so how much is that money coming from the local budget, or is that American Rescue Plan money put into the local budget that is going to be there for the entirety of the financial plan?
It is in the ARP, and Bright will tell me if it's available for the future years.
Right now it's for FY 2022.
So only for FY 22.
Right.
Okay. Okay. And I went through this exercise again, but I think it bears repeating. And I don't know if Councilman Lewis George needs another round. Otherwise, I'm going to transition to DSLBD after this. But just so I'm clear, if you guys could just lay out the full amount of funding under the American Rescue Plan that is in the local budget for the department, and any additional funds that are American Rescue Plan for the federal portion, and specifically indicate whether it is in the budget for the 4-year financial plan or specific to one-time funds?
We'll definitely do that, Mr. Chairman.
I was hoping you could do that now. Is that something?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Because I think I have my answer. I just want to make sure it's clear for the record.
Okay.
The only thing I heard was $150,000
Okay.
of ARP funds on the federal side that are one time. The others were.
Okay, let me do that. Okay, so it's 7.790 in total, plus 150,000 in ARP funds so that's about almost $8 million in ARP funds. 6.1 is recurring over the 4-year financial plan. And then, as Bright said, the other about 1.6 plus 150,000 is for just one-time funds. Does that address your question, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, it does. It does. And I was kind of looking at the AFO I thought he looked like he wanted to chime in. Not that I need him to. I just wanted to make sure.
Right? Do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I don't have any more questions for you at this time, Director. Is there anything else you want to add to the record before we transition?
Yeah. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for your leadership over the pandemic to get us through this. And I really appreciate what all the committee has done. In addition, I want to thank Mayor Bowser for her historic investments in the for-hire industry and our students and our residents in this budget. This is an exciting budget for the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and we would not be able to implement any of these items without the incredible team at the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. And so I want to thank them for standing by my side as we work on implementing a budget that really responds to our residents, our schools, and our taxi drivers and for-hire vehicle drivers in general. And so with that, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you for your testimony and to your entire team for all the work today in preparing for this and providing testimony, but also over the course of the pandemic. Thank you. All right. Finally, we're going to hear from the Department of Small and Local Business Development, or DSLBD, as it's commonly known. DSLBD supports the development, economic growth, and retention of district-based and small businesses and promotes economic development throughout the district's commercial corridors. DSLBD administers and oversees the Certified Business Enterprise Program, oversees compliance regarding district agency and non-government project CBE utilization and aids in business development by offering training and financing assistance to small businesses. DSLBD also supports the revitalization of the district's commercial corridors through the DC Main Streets program and the ever important Clean Teams program. The proposed fiscal year 2022 operating budget for DSLBD is approximately $18.5 million, which is a 10.3% increase from the fiscal year 2021 approved operating budget of approximately $16.8 million. DSLBD's proposed budget is mostly comprised of local funds. The agency has budgeted for 56 full-time equivalents, or FTEs, and increase of 2 FTEs from its fiscal year 2021 budget. With that, I'm going to call up our final panel of government witnesses for the day. Director Christy Whitfield, I see Deputy Ronnie Edwards, I believe I see also the AFO Curtis Lewis. Good afternoon. We're just getting to the afternoon. Appreciate you all's patience. Look forward to your testimony. And we're going to turn now, unless you have an opening that you want to provide for this particular agency, Councilmember Lewis George. Otherwise, I'll dive right in with Director Whitfield.
I do have an opening.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for holding today's hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for taking time to speak with us today. As I stated earlier, I wanted to get some clarity on the proposed budget for the Department of Small and Local Business and advocate for the inclusion of 2 additional Main Street grant programs, the Petworth Main Street and the DC portion of Tacoma Main Street. The Main Street Grant Program fosters retail investment by providing services and funding to help communities retain and recruit businesses, improve commercial properties and streetscapes, and attract consumers. Ward 4 is proud to host multiple current Main Street programs: Uptown Main Street, which supports the Upper 14th Street and Kennedy Street Northwest. Upper Georgia Avenue Main Street represents Georgia Avenue from Eastern Avenue to Missouri Avenue. The Parks Main Street for small businesses in Riggs Park and Manor Park neighborhoods. And Lower Georgia Avenue Main Street, which spans Ward 4 and Ward 1 from Kansas Avenue down to Berry Place. Adding a Petworth Main Street grant would spread these revitalization efforts to the middle section of Georgia Avenue between Missouri Avenue and Kansas Avenue, as well as Upshur Street Northwest. I am proud to lift up the voices of a number of Ward 4 community leaders and small business owners who have been working to promote the inclusion of this program in this year's budget. The Petworth Main Street program will represent small businesses along Georgia Avenue and Upshur Street Northwest, where many small restaurant and retail businesses have been profoundly impacted by COVID-19, including many women, Black, and immigrant-owned businesses and long-standing businesses. I'm also here to advocate for the inclusion of funding for the district's portion of the Old Tacoma Business Association, also known as Main Street Tacoma, a Main Street grant program that is already in existence but currently receives no Main Street grant funding from the district. Similar to Petworth, the Tacoma Main Street area already supports local businesses, provides micro grants, streetscape improvements, and other supports to this important commercial district. Their ask is approximately $36,000 to match what the City of Tacoma Park provides. This is an incredibly modest sum to support businesses as we come out of the pandemic. Unfortunately, the mayor's proposed budget did not include funding for these two programs within DSLBD. I'm here today to learn more about what was included in DSLBD's budget and whether we could find ways to reroute some of it towards these two vitally important grant programs. Chairman McDuffie, I hope we can work together to help our small businesses and help provide a strong, equitably recovery here in the district. Many of my ANC commissioners also submitted testimony on the record. They also provided testimony along with signatures of all of the small local businesses in the Petworth corridor, as well as, I believe, over 300 community members. So I thank you, and I look forward to the conversation today. Thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Next, we're going to turn to Director Christy Whitfield. Again, good afternoon to you and your team. You can begin the testimony when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee, staff, and residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Christy C. Whitfield, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of the Department of Small and Local Business Development, also known as DSLBD. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2022 Fair Shot budget. Having recently celebrated our nation's second Memorial Day during this health crisis, I found myself reflecting this year on the ultimate sacrifices of the men and women in the U.S. military who died for our freedoms, the sacrifices of our local frontline and essential workers who risked their daily lives for the district's 700,000 residents, and the over 1,000 Washingtonians who lost their lives to this virus. Thankfully, today, the district continues to forge ahead with its vaccine rollout, and we are on track to reach our goal of having 70% of adults partially or fully vaccinated by July 4th. The curve we so desperately tried to flatten a year ago continues to drop and to trend in the right direction. And those who live, work, and play in the district are increasingly returning to pre-pandemic activities. I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to the staff at DSLBD who have adapted to this ever-changing environment without sacrificing the level of service and enthusiasm we have always provided towards our local businesses. While I detailed many of the agency's FY21 activities and accomplishments at the recent February performance oversight hearing, this team never ceases to find ways to support district businesses. Since then, DSLBD has awarded a third round of robust retail grants to 106 businesses across all 8 wards, totaling close to $800,000. Partnered with the Kiva Hub to help unbanked or underbanked businesses and entrepreneurs unlock capital through creative crowdfunding loans. Assisted PTAC clients in securing over $16 million in contract awards. Integrated new local business enterprise requirements and the new equity impact enterprise classification into the certification process. Continued our sports wagering educational series in collaboration with the University of Las Vegas, Nevada, Las Vegas. launched an educational series in partnership with Turner Construction, which has helped over 40 business owners learn how to become subcontractors, supported the Golden Triangle bid on Grow Golden, a new initiative connecting makers, restaurateurs, and creatives to ground floor pop-up retail spaces, and completed over 610 virtual compliance and enforcement spot checks. Of course, none of these actions would have been possible without the leadership and unwavering support of Mayor Bowser. From the outset of the coronavirus, the mayor understood that prioritizing the sustainability of local businesses was critical to the district's economic recovery. This priority is made evident in the FY22 Fair Shop budget. The $17.5 billion budget places paramount emphasis on equity with targeted investments in returning citizen entrepreneurs, businesses in Wards 7 and 8, equity impact enterprises, a centralized technical assistance hub to help underserved businesses, and data collection systems. Specifically included in DSLBD's budget is an additional $175,000 to restore a total Aspire program funding to $250,000. This increase will provide greater financial and technical assistance for returning citizen entrepreneurs. In addition, the mayor's budget includes $300,000 for the establishment of a new program designed to support returning citizens wishing to gain entry into the competitive high-barrier cannabis industry. Mayor Bowser also continues to place an emphasis on supports for micro businesses east of the river by investing an additional $300,000 into the Dream Grants program for a total of $500,000. To date, DSLBD has awarded more than 70 small businesses in these wards a total of $700,000 in grants. And I am happy to say that all Dream grantee businesses continue to remain operational despite the devastating effects of the pandemic. The Fair Shop budget also provides $2 million for the Inclusive Innovation Equity Impact Fund. This fund will facilitate the purposeful investments in district equity impact enterprises, disadvantaged businesses that traditionally have lacked access to capital and technical assistance. I have always stressed the important role that technical assistance plays in helping business owners gain access to lucrative opportunities. I have also said that COVID really highlighted for many businesses the difference between a bank account and a banking relationship. The mayor understands how critical it is to build relationships with financial institutions when trying to grow and sustain a business, and technical assistance is an integral part of this relationship building. That is why the mayor's budget invests $6.9 million in a small business coaching and technical assistance TA hub to better assist local businesses in marketing, visual merchandising, inventory management, accounting, and strategic planning for growth. Acting as a central resource, the goal of the hub will be to direct businesses to a series of providers tailored to address their specific needs. This will demystify the TA process, increase TA for underserved businesses, and improve the overall effectiveness for businesses navigating these supports. The last equity-driven investment I would like to underscore is the $720,000 in critical capital investments for the district enterprise system, the DES. The DES has proven to be a transformative tool that has improved the overall level of transparency both businesses and the district have into local contracting and procurement processes. In addition, the DES continues to simplify a business's ability to efficiently identify current district government opportunities. For example, in February 2021, the release of the DES District CBE waiver portal has empowered business owners by allowing them to self-select which waiver notifications they receive based on NIGP code. A fully funded DES will afford the district more insight into who is availing themselves of contracting opportunities at all tiers. This will improve the district's collection, tracking, and evolution of spending and demographic data to better assess the utilization of contractors and subcontractors on district projects, as well as the impact of potential equity measures. In addition to these specific equity-driven investments, the mayor's budget ensures that DSLBD has the resources the department requires to continue to support small and local businesses throughout the pandemic recovery phase. As part of a 10.3% increase in DSLBD's operational budget, the mayor's budget adds one additional FTE to DSLBD's commercial revitalization division to further support the great work of our Main Streets and Clean teams. Mayor Bowser understands that our economic corridors are integral to our economic recovery, And since she took office, the number of main streets and cleaning teams have increased exponentially, now totaling 26 and 36 respectively. Chairman McDuffie, again, the mayor's budget will ensure that traditionally underserved populations across the district have increased access to opportunities, services, and supports, and will ensure that the department has the funding necessary to further its mission. I know that we both care deeply about the betterment of the small and local business community, and I look forward to continued collaboration. In closing, I also look forward to working together in the near future to pass B24-46, the Supporting Local Business Enterprise Amendment Act of 2021, legislation reintroduced by the mayor that makes substantive and thoughtful changes that will strengthen the integrity of the CBE program. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Director Whitfield. I'm going to note for the record that we've been joined by Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto. Before I dive into my round of questions, I want to see if you want 3 minutes, Councilmember Pinto, for a statement, or let me know if you want to just go right into the rounds.
Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie. Nice to be here. I'm happy to wait until we start with the rounds.
Okay. All right. In that case, I'm going to dive in with some questions on staff and start the clock at 7 minutes. As you're familiar with, and you probably heard me ask other agencies, Director, I'm going to start with the same question for you around racial equity. In your proposed fiscal year 2022 budget, are there specific programs or allocations that are designed to address racial or economic inequities faced by district residents? In detail, please describe how these efforts address those specific inequities.
Thank you, Council Member. As you and I both know, by law, the programs at DSLBD are race and gender neutral. However, that doesn't make them any less impactful for women or people of color. And so I want to say that I believe that equity is woven into almost all of the programming at DSLBD, but in the interest of time, I'm going to hit sort of a top 5 programs, and then we can talk at length, as I'm sure we will. The CBE program, the Aspire program, the Made in DC program, our Dream Grants program, and our Access to Capital initiatives. So the CBE program was something that we're all very familiar with, and keeping local dollars local is an essential part of strengthening our economy and helping grow our jobs locally. We know this year that we were excited and elated to have crossed what was once an unfathomable barrier of $1 billion with spend with local businesses. And holding the door open for local businesses is one of the most important jobs of DSLBD. The members of the CBE community are disproportionately MBEs and WBEs, and of the $1 billion of SBE spend that was reported this year, 73% of that went to MBEs. With regard to the Aspire program, the second one in my list, the returning citizens are, a very vulnerable portion of our community. And we saw during COVID specifically how returning citizens were excluded from a lot of the federal resources and were not allowed to apply for PPP or EDIL funding. Our Aspire program is in its sixth cohort, and working with returning citizens on growing their own businesses, starting and growing their own businesses. This program is a wonderful and exciting program, and has started over 40 businesses, has hired at least 36 people in those businesses. And I think equally importantly, continues to report a 0 recidivism rate. Our current funding for this program is $250,000 in next year's budget, and we're excited to continue that. To date, 100% of the members of that program have been people of color. Next year, the cannabis program is something that we believe will be highly subscribed by people of color. due to the high incarceration rates by people of color having involvement in cannabis. And we think this is going to be a program that's going to be something that speaks directly to the, your question around racial equity. But we're really excited about and already working with ABRA to standardize some of the regulations and helping people clear the very high hurdles, as I had mentioned in my testimony, about entering into the cannabis industry. The Made in DC program, I think, was next on my list, and I think our creatives, our local creatives, are going to be a really integral part of recovery. We know that a lot of people have side hustles, and we want to help them make those side hustles maybe main hustles. For many people, that little extra income is what helps get them over the hurdle. So our Made in DC program has over 300 local makers and creatives that make earrings or belts or any number of things. And we had the first of its kind kiosk with a collaborative of makers in DCA. Unfortunately, that kiosk had to close, but that kiosk was focused on makers of women and makers of color. It was one of the most lucrative kiosks in the market. For the third year running, during this past holiday season, through a partnership with the Downtown Bid and Diverse Markets Management, DSLBD was able to have another booth at the Downtown Holiday Market, where we again were focusing our makers and getting people access into a market during one of our most uncertain holiday seasons for our makers. With a highlight that Bailey Wick, actually, who made the Madam Vice President t-shirt, was fortunate enough to have the mayor come through and hold up his t-shirt, which got him a boost not only nationally, but internationally. And then moving forward, as I mentioned briefly in my testimony, we are working with the Golden Triangle bid to help bring local makers into the Central Business District as part of the recovery program. We had a pilot program that started this, and we are going to be expanding into the vacant spaces there. And there's an open solicitation right now to encourage people to apply. In the pilot program, the first 3 businesses that were chosen are all businesses that are run by women and people of color. Black women were the first 3 businesses that were chosen. The Dream Grant program is a program that we are also very excited about, because it is granting grants to businesses east of the river. We know that across the city, we do not have businesses represented equally across the city. I'm watching my time, so the Dream Grant is a wonderful program, and we have been able to do this year over year. The mayor has expanded our budget for the Dream Grant program. To date, 100% of the grantees through the Dream Grant program have been people of color.
Let me jump in just quickly, because I got 15 seconds, and I know it sounds like I'll give you some more time in my next round to conclude your answer, but I do want to just make sure I heard you correctly. You said earlier that you just crossed over the $1 billion mark in spending on contracts, and 73% of the $1 billion went to whom?
73% of that spending went to MBEs, minority business enterprises, self-reported MBEs.
Okay, so $730 million went to minority contractors.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I'm going to turn to, it's the practice of the committee to have members of the committee go first in questions. I know we've got 2 members here now, so I'm going to turn to Councilmember Pinto for a round, then follow that with Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, who I know expressed an interest in having an opportunity to speak with DSLBD's representatives. Councilmember Pinto.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie, and great to see you, Director Whitfield. Thank you for being here today. I know there's been a lot of creative effort, especially over the course of the last year, everything direct relief and funding to improve our storefronts and support for our bid, clean teams, community events, and tourism attraction. And we're extremely concerned and motivated to continue supporting our existing small businesses and to encourage new businesses to open in the district. I'm happy to see in the budget supports for grants for small businesses to install trash compactors, as well as additional support for our clean teams. But I know, and I continue to hear from so many of our businesses, bids, main streets, that more support is needed. So I'm glad you highlighted in your testimony the additional FTE for the Commercial Revitalization Division to support the work of Main Streets and our clean teams, and agree with you that these teams are doing really great work. Can you elaborate on how this additional FTE will support the current capacity of these teams and how they're going to work in coordination with our Main Streets and clean teams currently operating?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Mayor Bowser, in her tenure, as I mentioned, has helped expand the Main Street program across the entire city, and our commercial revitalization team is amazing, and I think they never sleep. So, the Main Street model really looks to have a particular ratio of program managers to Main Streets, and this allotment helps gets us more in alignment with their recommendation. But right now, the team works in a very integrated way. With regard to, many of the Main Streets actually run the clean team. So the Main Streets and the clean teams are pretty integrated within our commercial revitalization program. So I think what this is going to really do is start to lighten the burden of the team as we currently have it, because it's been a pretty heavy lift as the programs have continued to amass.
Okay, and can you highlight the specific funding and staffing levels that are allocated in the budget to support the DuPont bid and cleans team for FY 2022?
Let me find that here. Yeah, there should be $150,000 in there for the DuPont. DuPont not being in its first year should have $150,000, but I'll ask Curtis to point to the exact line item in the budget that shows where it is.
So it's in the clean team. So Main Streets has 150,080 for the Main Street. Then the clean team, DuPont Circle, has $127,000. And it's in the respective line items. So for Main Streets, it's in that Main Street line item for grants, and then clean teams respectively.
Okay, and is there a corresponding line item for the Golden Triangle bid?
The Golden Triangle bid does not have a funding line. So we certify the bids, but we're not a funder of the bids.
Okay, thank you. Clarify that. Okay, so I continue to hear from constituents, and we heard from some of our public witnesses last week about the need for public restrooms. And I know this is a conversation that's been ongoing for particular pilots. Is there funding, and how much funding is dedicated in this budget to support public restroom facilities? And if so, how is that funding going to be used?
So we've got $66,000 in this year's budget to continue the study for the I forget the full name of the public restrooms pilot. And then I believe that there is also funding in DPW for actual implementation of restrooms.
There's funding in the, sorry, Mr. Ward,
in DPW's budget. So we have a piece of that funding to continue to push the pilot forward.
Okay, and so if it's still in the study phase, does that mean that there are not plans to implement those restrooms in FY 2022?
I don't want to speak to how DPW is going to be doing their standalone restroom, but I know that this is still a pilot study for the work that's in our budget.
Okay. We'll see if we can get through this in the last minute and a half, but we continue to hear from businesses, and again, many testified last week to the need for additional grants as opposed to loans, because many of them are already overextended. So what kinds of trends are you seeing in loan-seeking behavior of some of our existing businesses, and how many new grants can people expect to be available next year?
Well, I think that's a great question. I know that there are a considerable amount of federal resources and we had consolidated a lot of those through DMPED in this past year. And DMPED is going to still be, I think, the hub for a lot of the grant funds that will be available in this next year. DSLBD has the Dream Grants, which we're really excited about. Businesses always want grants, right? We have always wanted grants for businesses. I think that we are also talking to our lending partners about what are the real types of support in terms of what can we expect in terms of, what does credit worthy mean in the post-pandemic society? What does patient capital look like? And then we also have, just started a Kiva hub for DC, and that is a program that we're really excited about because it's an innovative, opportunity for people to get crowdsourcing loans up to $15,000 that do not require a certain level of credit, a credit score. So I think that the next phase of loans and lending really have to reflect where businesses are. And I think that, the traditional models of lending are going to have to sort of lend themselves to that. We're also working with DISB and the biz cap and the collateral support that helps minimize the burden on lenders, on lendees, is an important component in this next phase of whatever types of support we're able to cobble together for businesses.
Well, thank you very much. I am between hearings today, Chair McDuffie, so I will be back in a little bit.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I'm going to see if, let me spread my screen open a little bit. I don't know if we lost Councilmember Lewis George. It appears that we have. I don't see her here, so I'll look out and see if she returns. I know she wanted to spend some time with you all today. So let me go back up just to make sure I understood that correctly. In your response to my initial question about racial equity and in efforts to eliminate existing racial inequities, you noted that your policies obviously are gender or racial neutral, but you also said that 73% of the more than $1 billion spent went to minority-owned businesses. And do you know how much is that for fiscal year 20?
That was for, yes. That was for, yes.
Okay. How much of the spend went to minority businesses in fiscal year 19?
I don't have that off the top of my head, Councilmember, but I could ask the team to look into that.
Okay. If you could, that would be helpful. That'd be helpful. And is this specifically the spending that you all listing, like in the Green Book, for example, with the actual agency expendable budgets?
Yes, This is for the SBE spend. Yep.
Right. But the amount you mentioned wasn't specific to SBEs though.
It
right?
was.
Oh, so the 73% of the $1 billion went to minority owned SBEs.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me move on. It appears in your FY22 Schedule A, there are no current vacancies for the agency. Is that accurate still?
No, there are currently 3 vacancies.
Okay. How much do you all have in vacancy savings?
Curtis, what's our current
So
vacancies?
we currently have about $70,000 in vacancy savings.
Okay. I mean, so I saw in some of the material that we have that you all provided, vacancy savings of $181,778.
So council member, so the vacancy savings number that I gave you was for FY21.
Okay.
And, FY22, budgets have a current vacancy savings number incorporated into the budget.
Sure.
181,000 that you're looking at is for the FY22 vacancy savings rate.
Okay. So I'm sorry, the $70,000 FY22, the 181 was the 21.
No, the other way around. 181 is for the Schedule A for FY22.
Okay.
The current vacancy savings is 70,000 for FY21.
Got it. Thank you. Can you explain why there's a variance of $172,477.58?
So council member, this is, we've had, somewhat of some anomalies in the Schedule A, the way it was loaded into the BFA.
Mm-hmm.
So what that is looking at, it's looking at the total fully loaded positions, right? Then it looks at the total PS budget, and the variance between that is 172,000.
Okay, and what's the variance TBR of 9,300?
So when I incorporate the vacancy savings to offset that, I get a variance of $9,300, which we're researching, and we'll, get back to the committee on, why that variance exists.
Okay, thank you. And, this may be just I don't know exactly what this is. Maybe it's just somebody makes more, but is it correct to read that when we read that the, I'm gonna skip that question. In your proposed FY22 budget, it appears you all received an enhancement of $500,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act to support the trash compactor grants. There are no, well, at least there appears to be no FTEs to support this grant. I think you talked about that already, and you also just was mentioned by Councilmember Pinto. The 2.3 that we received in American Rescue Plan Act funds obviously is significant, and that's putting it mildly. Other than the $500,000 for the trash compactor grants, how much is the agency set to receive under the American Rescue Plan Act? Can you talk about that number? And
That is, that's the extent of, that's the only American Rescue funds that we are currently set to.
Okay. For FY21, you all have awarded 106 businesses $7,500 each through the Robust Retail Grant Program. That's correct.
Yes.
Approximately 800,000 was awarded in total. I understand that the Capital Access Fund provides funding for that program, correct?
That's the robust, that was the Robust Retail Program.
Yes. What is the funding?
So it's the special purpose revenue. It's called the Capital Access Fund, but we have two types. And so the robust retail is funded by the fines, which are it's just special purpose revenue.
Okay, the fines.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, that's where I was going with this. What's the fund balance, and what was the fund balance for FY20 for the Capital Access Fund?
I think we started with, well, you know.
It was 1.595.
1.595. Okay, and how much of it was used in FY20?
We brought the in FY20.
20, yes.
I will.
The fund balance is now about it's just over $350,000.
Yeah,
so
I'm sure how much you all spent in FY20 for it though, before I move to that next part, which you just anticipated that one.
You know, I'm going off the top of my head because I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it was about $807,000.
Okay, 807,000 or so.
Yes, that's my recollection.
Okay, and if it's, I mean, if it's different than that, you could just follow up. Do you recall how much you carried over into FY 2021?
In terms of in 21 coming from FY20?
Yes.
We carried over the full amount.
Okay, which was, just so I'm clear, a lot of numbers. What was the full amount?
1.595958.
Got it. All right. Okay. And of that amount, do you all allocate it? Because you mentioned earlier that the component that supports robust retail are the fines.
Correct.
How much of the 1.595 million is allocated to support robust retail specifically?
All of it. So $800,000.
800,000?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens to the rest of it then?
So we had made a series of, where's my sheet? Other program, they're handing me that. We had increased another round of, we did a second round of robust retail. So we had a, what was our second round of robust retail was another 100,000. So we can get you the full list of where the rest of those funds went, but it was $800,000 of robust retail funds, and then there's a balance right now of $350,000.
So the balance is 850,000?
Mm-hmm. No, 350,000.
350,000.
Yeah. So we started with 15. When we started 1.5,
right,
and we spent and there was 800,000 for the well 900,000 really for robust retail, and so I'm just blanking. I'm blanking on the. I'll get you the other two. We had made a couple of other grants out of those fines.
Okay. Okay. Is the fund, is it, you gotta refresh my memory, I don't, is the fund and the way that it's allocated from the fines for robust retail, did they go out, did whatever else you spent the funds on go to programming that was different than robust retail? Was it for something else, even if you don't recall exactly what it was for?
It would have been different things. Let me get back to you on what it wasn't an expansion of robust retail. Let me get back to you on exactly what they were for.
Was it spent by DSLBD or was it transferred?
Yes.
DSLBD.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you can get back to us on that. Do you have plans for how you are going to spend the balance, if at all, of 350,000 that you said exists?
Yes, we do. We do. We are working on a back office support program where we are helping to get businesses technical assistance. We have, we know that in anticipation of some of the TA work that the mayor has in this budget, that's one of the important things. We also know that that ownership is an initiative that we're working on and helping to make sure that businesses are getting into a position to be able to purchase property, because wealth is an important goal for a lot of our businesses. So the short answer is yes.
Yeah, if you could, I'd love to hear details on that. That was specifically a request that I made of the mayor, that she allocate funds to support acquisition of existing businesses, particularly legacy businesses, the ability to be able to acquire their properties, especially in areas that I think are ripe for potential displacement. I think it's important that the district proactively look at some of those areas, identify some of those businesses, and work with those owners if they're interested and in a position to acquire their properties.
I think Commissioner Woods had also mentioned we do have some deals in the pipeline that we had both hoped to be able to share with you today, but soon we expect to be sharing some good news with you on that exact topic.
Okay, and that what she had mentioned was through the loan program, though, right? Are there specific grant opportunities to do this that you're aware of?
Well, I can't say too much about it, but I think we have one deal in particular with it's a lot of interagency support.
Okay, all right. I mean, I plan to ask this of DMPED at some point too. I know that they got a significant portion of American Rescue Plan funds in their budget, and their hearing is some time away. So I'll be sure to follow up with them about this, because this is one of the priorities that I identified and was happy to see what appears to be some funding, significant funding in the mayor's budget to do this.
Right. Well, we think the BizCap program is a great opportunity to help leverage funds that are available. But I think when we get good deals, it's probably going to be cobbled together from a variety of sources.
Okay. Well, we'd like to be able to stay close and follow that work and work with you all on that, because the committee's received some inquiries and have had conversations with people who might be in a position to work with the various agencies under the executive for that purpose.
Wonderful.
With respect to the remaining funds for FY21, for robust retail, are there any conversations that you're having with any of your sister agencies to supplement that with any American Rescue Plan funding or any other sources?
Well, as member of the DEMPEC cluster, we are constantly talking about, how we're going to kind of move into recovery and beyond. So I think that's an ongoing conversation. I think the bridge fund and the resiliency funds all, sort of fold in nicely with those types of supports.
Okay.
Council member?
Sure.
My team has just gotten me that in FY19, 65% of the Green Book spend went to MBEs, which was 665%, which was $603 million.
How much was it?
$603 million, or 65%, went to MBEs.
Went to MBEs. Okay. All right, let me find my place. How much have you all recovered in so far in fiscal year 2021 in fines?
We have not gotten any fines thus far in FY21.
Okay. Is that, and just to sort of refine my question a bit, are you all in a position where you might recover fines in this fiscal year and just haven't received them, or is there nothing that exists to suggest that there are fines forthcoming?
Well, there are, we're in some conversations, but I think it's hard to know. It's hard to know sometimes which ones will come and which ones will not come. So
Okay.
there are some out there, but they're, until they are in the bank, we don't know what is going to.
But there's nothing that's been agreed upon.
No.
At this point where fines are forthcoming.
No.
All right. I'm pretty sure I've been talking more than 7 minutes. So I'm gonna turn to Councilmember Pinto for another round.
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. So, Director Whitfield, I know you spoke a little bit in Chairman McDuffie's first round around some of the supports for our businesses to achieve some of our racial equity priorities. But how do you think we can best support our minority and women-owned businesses, particularly throughout our CBE process?
Well, I think it's a good question. I think that, if you look at the stats around COVID, I think it's laid bare that, a lot of the Black-owned businesses and women-owned businesses were not able to get access, particularly to financial resources, and with the same ease. I think you can't ignore it. But I always have to be a little bit careful given the requirements of the law, right? I think that when we do training and technical assistance, we want to make sure that we're making these supports available to people, so that they can, take the most advantage of them. But I would guess that, and in my super self-serving answer, council member, I would say that given the disproportionate number of MBEs and CBEs that are, MBEs and WBEs that are CBEs, I would say that the best thing we can do over the summer would be to get the CBE law through the markup so that we can tighten the loopholes for, bona fide CBEs and really get our law, the four corners of the law, firm, so that our local businesses do not have to compete with, foreign entities, for lack of a better term, that happen to be able to become a CBE by the letter of the law, which was the the real reason that we push forward these, important changes. We've known for a long time that there were weaknesses in the current law, and it makes it a lot harder for DSLBD to advocate for local businesses when you can use the letter of the law and not be a DC business but get certified. It makes it harder for our compliance employees. It makes it longer to get certified. So I guess the first and foremost would say, let's get this thing passed this summer out of markup so that everybody feels stronger about it. I would never say happy to boot somebody out of the program, but I would say that when we have a strong definition of independently owned and operated, so that we know what local really means, it's going to be a lot better for everyone concerned.
Well, I would agree with you there, and closing those loopholes is a priority for us, and we know it needs to happen.
I look forward to doing it. Yeah, I know there are still some things and some questions out there, and we need to have those questions. We need to have those conversations. We need to, we're ready to work in partnership with you and the CBE community. We know that change. Yep,
I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, I'm watching the time too. Sure.
Running out of time. So how is DSLBD supporting non-native English speakers, and how do you assess those needs and then make sure that the resources are applied where needed to help with language access issues?
So we have the language access program. We've had the language access training. I think we've done it once. We do it annually. It's a part of the all staff training. I feel like we did that just within the last 6 weeks have done it. So we make sure that anyone that picks up the phone has knows how to get those resources. When we are coming back, I'm in the office now. Many of the team members are here with me. We have the placards up. We have the things that go onto our correspondence. We have several of us on staff that speak another language, but most importantly, we're able to tap into the official resources so that, if those needs are made known, that we know how to get them and point people into those directions.
Okay. Do you think that there is sufficient funding dedicated budget for you all to support robust training for your staff and ensure that there is sufficient outreach and language access support?
There is. I mean, we've done as I said, we've done the training, twice in 2 years. I think I think we're a super diverse city. I think there's, there are a lot of different people, a lot of different communities and needs. But I think that with support of different mayor's offices and the language access, I do not have a sense that we have not been able to meet the need.
Okay. And so that makes sense when individuals or entrepreneurs or businesses are affirmatively reaching out to DSLBD, but how are you all being affirmative in your outreach to communities that may not be aware of some of the grant programs or opportunities available, particularly in different languages?
Well, we reach out in a variety of ways, right? And we reach out through Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs, Mayor's Office of I can't remember the Asian and Pacific Islanders. I forget the acronym. We reach out through those other agencies that can also help make sure that we're getting those branches. We also reach out through ANCs and the local community, the local community hubs. And then we walk the streets, and sometimes we'll, put things up on community boards. So, I think we have a pretty robust outreach, and then not to mention the fact that between our main streets, we have 26 main streets and partners in those main streets that are also walking those corridors and knowing the players and knowing the people that are there. So we have a pretty impressive network in order to be able to get into, you know, the street level of the community.
Well, thank you very much. I'm out of time this round, but circle back next round. We'd love to talk about downtown recovery.
Great.
Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Director, in FY21, DSLBD's proposed budget for the Aspire program and Dream grants was a combined $432,000. How much was allocated individually for these programs?
Well, the Dream actually, and Councilmember, that's where a piece of that special purpose revenue funding went. The Aspire budget was reduced down to $75,000 in this past budget, and we used some of the special purpose revenue funding to bring it back up.
For which fiscal year? For 22?
For FY21.
21, how much?
$175,000.
Okay.
That's where that was. I'm sorry, I blanked on that earlier.
Okay, okay. So there's
we'll get you the full accounting of it, but now that you ask, I remembered it.
So FY21 has a total Aspire budget of how much now?
FY21 has a total Aspire budget of $250,000.
Got it, okay.
And then the 22 budget is sort of made whole again at that same number.
Okay, and what's the budget for the Dream grants for 2021?
For 21, it's 200,000, and then for 22, it's 500,000.
Okay. And just so you said the Dream grants budget for 22 is 500,000. What is the Aspire program's FY22 budget?
$250,000.
Okay. All right, let me see. Got it. Okay, have you all spent, how much, if any, remains for the Aspire program for this current fiscal year?
Well, we have some money that is left in our current budget because for this year, the Aspire program is going to culminate in a pitch competition where everybody is going to, well, everyone will win $2,000 and then some people will win even more. So I'll get the team to do that math for me quickly. But there will be no money left in the Aspire. Like what's left in Aspire is the money that we're holding for those awards, but there won't be money that gets left on that.
Well, I hope there's nothing left at the end of the fiscal year. I was just curious about how much has already gone out versus how much remains.
Oh, so they're telling me now that it's been awarded. So we have a partner that's going to manage the pitch for us, and so it's been awarded to the person that's managing the pitch.
Okay.
The pitch hasn't been obviously awarded.
Got it. Okay. Do you have the information on the Dream grants regarding how many businesses have applied for the grants since y'all's announcement last year? I think it was maybe a July announcement. And how much has been dispersed?
For the Dream grants?
The Dream grants, yeah. How many folks have applied? How many grants have been awarded? And how much has been dispersed?
So we awarded 20. We had 20 recipients, but I don't know how many applied. I'll ask the team how many applied. Because we had $200,000 in FY20 and 210. All right, it's all dispersed, and they're telling me 136 applied.
Okay. And 200,000 was dispersed?
Yes. Council member, they're telling me that more than 136 people were engaged. There were almost 200 people that had expressed interest, but not everybody applied or finished their application.
Okay. On page B32, table EN0-3 of your budget chapter, the proposed budget for regular pay continuing full-time increased by $479,000, and for regular pay other, it increased by $246,000. However, there was $0 allotted for regular pay other in fiscal year 2021 and only $39,000 for fiscal year 2020. Can you explain the reason for this?
Yes, council member, that has to do with the a recalibration of our previous vacancy rates. There was in previous times, the DSLBD had held a higher vacancy rate, and this is a calibration of a vacancy rate from 6.5 down to 2.8. But let me ask Curtis to go over the kind of administrative details of what they specifically did to make it right.
Okay, and so, oftentimes, if you don't have any term employees, everything is budgeted in your regular pay in full-time. And then CSG 12 is for term employees. So when we do the budget, we base that on, who should be regular pay, who should be term. So that's why you see a difference in CSG 12.
Okay, and just so I can, just for continuity, along those lines on table EN0-3, page B33, the proposed FY22 budget for subsidies and transfers is $10,400,000, which is that correct? I don't know.
Yeah,
is that number accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that's about, what, $875,000 more than the FY21 budget.
Correct.
Why such an increase?
Okay, so 300 of that is the one time to bring the dream grants from 200 to 500. 175 of that is to bring the Aspire from 75 to 250. There's 500 for the trash compactor, which is the ARPA money.
Okay.
And then that's offset by 100,000, which is the elimination of the living wage.
Got it. Okay. All right. I'll follow up my next round. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, so what is DSLB doing to support our return and support for our downtown businesses?
Well, let me talk to you about the Grow Golden first. We know that our storefront retail has been ravaged by the pandemic, and we were excited to work with the Golden Triangle bid to first start a pilot. It's called Grow Golden, and really the Golden Triangle bid has been working with the property owners to say, let's think creatively about what we can do to activate these spaces. Because we got two problems here. We got people that want to shrink their leases, and then fewer people that are upstairs mean the fewer people to buy products downstairs, right? It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And so then working with them said, if you have nothing, let's, 0% of zero is zero. So what can we do to bring excitement onto the street level? And so in a creative relationship with the property owner, saying we brought a few makers and said, hey, could you bring in innovative ideas and kind of bring your products here? The answer is always yes. When you talk to a maker, when you talk to an entrepreneur, the answer is always yes. But then the caveat has to be, how do we make it work for both parties? And right now, in these uncertain times, we had to think creatively around how do we structure a rent? How do we do this in a way that everybody feels like this is a win? And candidly, it took a moment to kind of get people to step out. So in the pilot, we found 3 businesses, and they're signing leases. So I don't want to sort of say, but we are very excited about them. And then the Golden Triangle bid we're just kind of, after the success of proof of concept, we're doing a second round and asking for interest from makers, and we're doing a lot of matchmaking to say, let's put these matches together. You've got a great business and idea, we've got space. How do we bring this together? Because we've got to be thinking in a very different way about how we are inviting people to come down. We are a part of the DenPed cluster, and this is all ensconced within a lot of other initiatives around tourism and bringing people back to the downtown area. But I think the most important thing is, when we understand the vitality that the makers have, and we understand the needs of business owners and property owners, that we can make these things happen. The other pieces that we're doing, the main streets continue to amplify our corridors and remind people that they can shop, come back and shop safely, shop online, but still support local. And then at the end of the summer, we're going to be doing Art All Night. Art All Night is an amazing party across the city, but it is also, it's not as much in the central business district, but it is neighborhoods around the central business district. But it's about recovery. It's about having people come out of their homes and remember, learn that it's okay to kind of, fare out of their nests and shop and support local business. The other pieces, that we've been doing, and the mayor had re-inspired during Small Business Week, the I Buy DC challenge. And I think I challenged you and you tweeted up, so thank you very much for this, but just reminding people to think in the front of their mind about how they spend their money. Because I think we're seeing what happens when you're a little bit more conscious about this. So I think, initiatives where we're looking specifically at the storefronts, helping people kind of make those connections, reminding people how they buy, and then back office support and training and technical assistance. It's, we've got to encompass this from every direction. I think we're trying to hit it from all sides.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And you're absolutely right that all of those pieces are so important, and the training and technical assistance is something that we often hear from our businesses in making sure that they are accessing what is available and can be part of the solution as well, which I know there's a big eagerness for on behalf of our business community. So throughout this year, we have lost hundreds of businesses. Is your office in contact with those businesses on the potential of getting them reopened or providing targeted support for them to do so? Are you all working with those businesses who have closed?
We are working with some of them. I mean, not in a very formal way, but some we have in terms of some businesses have a temporary closure. Some people are saying they're closing temporary, but they know they're going to close for a long time. Some people are still trying to figure it out. Some people are really more in kind of negotiations. It is such a hodgepodge out there right now. But what we are trying to do is really get information out there in every way we possibly can. Our Build Back Better series was about getting information out there. We have an important training coming up soon on lease negotiations, because I think as things are opening, people are getting, fear of being evicted. But anyone that reaches out to us, we work with them, but we don't have a program where we are collecting the businesses that are closing and then trying to either reopen or do something with them. But a lot of people, we also connect a lot of people to, to the pro bono bar legal, because I think sometimes the pieces of either staying open or staying closed, it all depends on the type of help and advice you can get. A lot of it has to do with the lease negotiation, the space negotiation is a huge component of whether you're able to stay open or closed, which is one of the reasons that the training we're having on like knowing your rights and figuring out how to do the lease negotiations, which is something we did early in the pandemic, but we're kind of circling back as those issues are coming up again, just making sure that everybody is staying as informed as possible.
Okay, well, thanks so much. I won't try to fit in another question in our last 10 seconds, but I will
yes.
See you next round. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Director, the agency has listed the contracts that you all anticipate entering into for FY22 in CSG attachment, I believe it's attachment 1. Or I, that might be attachment I actually. What percentage of the contracts are going to be awarded to CBEs?
Well, at least 35%, Councilmember, but I'll get the exact.
And just so you know, I'm going to just follow up on the FY20 and 21 CB goals and actuals as well. So that's kind of with this.
All right. I'll ask my team to get me what percentage of these current contracts are CBEs. I don't have them listed on here, but I obviously, being DSLBD is something that we, my admin officer tells me that all will be CBEs on my contracting.
Well, okay, if you could just run down the FY20 goal.
Okay, so for the contracting, I'm told that all of our contracts are going to be with CBEs.
Okay, what's the goal? What's the amount for the goal though?
Well, there's the contracting, and then there's the, let's see, then our CBE goal for 21 is 1.4. Our spend to date is super low, right? So far, 179,000.
Any concerns with where you are at this point in the fiscal year?
No, we do anticipate some things. We do anticipate that number coming down. Our goal had, our budget has had a few changes, and there's some adjustments that are going to come through. MOU money coming in from Department of DOE. We've got a few interagency transfers that have come in that were, so that I think we'll have some adjustments that come through, but I don't have any concerns. DSLBD, we make our goal or exceed it every single year.
What was the goal for 20 and where'd you end up in FY20?
Our goal for 20 was $657,000 and change. And we ended up our final spend with $805,000.
Okay. You started out this fiscal year with a higher goal, significantly higher than the 805. You started out 1.4 million. So what is it going to be budgeted or adjusted down to what amount specifically for this fiscal year?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know. I have to look at it. I'm looking at my.
Okay, maybe you can talk about, what types of things have happened or are set to happen that would cause it to decrease from the initial goal of 1.4 million.
Well, I think the interagency so we had some interagency transfers that came in. So we got money in from from DOEE. We got money from DEMPED to run a clean team. And so these will be things that would reduce our spend.
Well, would it necessarily reduce your spend if you had started out with 1.4 million and you get transfers in? I don't see how that would affect your spend downward.
There'll be some things in there that will, I mean, I'll have to look at where those, where they're going to come out. I'm certain that what I can tell you for certain is that we would absolutely not miss our spend. I don't have the list of things that might come up for this in front of me, but I promise you that we will not miss our spend.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I'm part of what I'm getting at is not. I mean, you all typically do make your spend, and I appreciate that. But I'm curious about the number, right? So if the number goes down significantly, and you make your spend, I'm still thinking about why the number goes down significantly, because it means it's less money going to SBEs or CBEs.
Sure.
So that's an important part of this equation that you can circle back with us on.
Sure.
And if you, in following up, if you could provide the committee with the list of folks who you're contracting with for 21. Would be, let me see what else we got here. I am really interested if you could take the last minute of my round this time to talk about DES. I know you mentioned it in your testimony, and we've talked about it in oversight in the past. As I understand it, the system would help DSLBD track procurement activities from other agencies.
It can, yes, it can, it will. I think that, the thing that's exciting about the DES is that, we've been talking about DES for a little while, and it is finally, the rubber is hitting the road. So last year, the numbers for the Green Book were powered by the DES. We are working right now on the compliance component of the DES, which means that, the prompt payment integration, so that we can actually let subs click a button and verify whether or not they've been paid, is the next piece that's coming up. Having site visits incorporated into the DES, making sure that we are able to look at the vendor verification forms and get the information about where money is going, not only at the prime level anymore, but also at the secondary and tertiary subcontractor spend. The visibility that we're going to be able to get with regard to what the DES is going to do for us is, I think, going to be transformative. It started with certification, and moving into compliance, we're able to see at our fingertips, the activities that are happening. And now, right now, this is happening in the executive. But yes, as we get this thing going, the goal is, of course, to expand this into independent agencies so that we're able to see at our fingertips at one place where all the work is happening.
Okay. I also, on my next round, I want to get into this a little bit more because I think I continue to hear a significant amount of frustration on the part of CBEs who feel like some of the CBE laws have been disregarded by agencies, namely the OCP, Office of Contracting and Procurement. And I'm interested to understand better what happens when agencies violate CBE laws, whether there are any plans with the DES system both to understand, but also whether DSLBD plans to use any of its existing tools to deal with agencies that don't comply with CBE laws. So if you could think about that, now I'll return to that in my next round. I'm gonna turn to Councilmember, oh, is she, did I lose her? Let me expand my screen a little bit. Did we lose Councilmember Pinto? Maybe we did. Okay, well, I'll leave that out there for you now then. What happens, or what is the DSLBD's role, right? Because I understand that DSLBD is not a procurement agency. On the other hand, it does have enforcement authority with respect to CBE laws, both with, contractors, with DC government, but also internally with executive office agencies. Have you all used your authority under the existing code to sanction in any way any agencies that have violated CBE laws?
So I think we have, we try to work in partnership with our agencies to make sure that the laws are upheld. Have we sanctioned any agent? We have not, to my knowledge, we have not sanctioned agencies. We have denied waivers when they have done things that, if they, we've said to them, no, you cannot, procure in this way because we think there's a CBE, capacities out there. But I think it's an important question that you ask, Councilmember, because, within the four corners of our law, we have the ability to verify whether or not the spend was made on the back end of a procurement. And then we have the ability on the front end to say whether or not, we should pause and take a look, to encourage the procuring agencies to say, somebody has raised their hand. Oh, hey, Christy says she can do this. Like, these are the sort of the two areas where we have an opportunity to try and raise a light for the CV community.
Let me ask you about sort of training of the agencies. On page B40, table 2, the agency met 80.7% of its target in fiscal year 2020 under the under the percent of monitored agencies participating in mandatory expendable budget training. Does that sound familiar to you? Could you share some more details about what the expendable budget training is about?
Well, so we want to make sure that all of our agencies understand how the process of the expendable budget works, right? And in this past year, we changed the process that we did it, and we did it through the deputy mayor's offices to really do it by cluster, because we want to make sure that people, had a chance to, one, understand and ask questions. So that that number did go down in terms of where, in terms of how many people had attended, but I think which agencies didn't attend? I can get you those numbers. I don't have the numbers of who didn't attend handy. Okay,
well, could you circle back when your staff gets you that information? I want to ask a related question about the spend is still 50% and has been since last year when I authored and was supported by my colleagues an increase to the CBE spending requirements. How have agencies been doing in complying with the 50% spend? And what's your take on how well that's worked, generally speaking, since the change to the law?
My take is that it's working. My take is that it's been, I think it's been well received, and that it's, I think it's working.
So in terms of agencies that are meeting the 50% goal, are you all tracking it since the change to the law in that way, as opposed to, you know, how it was previously?
So we're tracking it. Well, let me ask Ronnie to, like, the contract. We definitely track the contracts. You know, the contracts had changed for the, you know, during the period of during the pandemic, those had gone up. I think that, you know, those things all sort of rolled up. All those requirements rolled up into the aggregate for agencies.
Can you all share the agency by agency breakdown of their expendable budgets and how they've done in terms of meeting the 50%?
Yes, we can send that over to you. We, you know, we were happy last year that all but two of the, you know, all but two of the agencies met their spend goal.
Well, the agencies have the spend goal, but I think you correctly were pointing out, I wasn't specific in my question about the actual contracting. So the agencies already had the 50% goal. I'm talking about the contracting component of that increase from 35% to 50%.
So we can figure out with the compliance team how to get that difference over to you.
Okay. Do you know if it's something that you all have already been keeping track of or no?
Let me bring Ronnie in here. He's been.
Good evening. Yes, I think you correctly responded to all the questions. I think where the contracts have 50% requirements and those that have 35% requirements, our system is set up to capture the goal on each of those contracts. And to the extent that goals have been set on those contracts, we can pull together for you a list of those that we are aware of that have the 50% requirement and whether or not they're meeting the goals or whether or not waivers have been requested. Is that what you are looking for, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that's essentially it. That's essentially it. I would appreciate that follow-up. Thank you for that.
Okay.
On page B40, table 4, the total dollar amount in opportunities for small businesses is small compared to the total contract dollar amount awarded to PTAC clients. For instance, in FY19, out of $56 million awarded to contracts, 0.6% was available for small businesses through the PTAC program. And for FY20, out of $34.7 million, less than 1% was available. Talk about how the agency determines its target and how much is actually available for small businesses.
Tell me where you are again, council member. I'm sorry.
This is page B40, table 4.
Mr. Chairman, you're looking at the budget book.
Let me get my staff to let me know exactly what we're referencing on this. Yeah, it's in the budget book.
So I'm sorry, Councilman. Just ask me one more time.
I'm referencing out of the budget book, page B40. It's table 4.
Table 4.
and the total dollar amount and opportunity for small businesses appears to be small when you compare it to the total contract dollar amount awarded to PTAC clients. What I have is that in FY19, out of $56 million awarded in contracts, 8.6% was available for small businesses through the PTAC program, and for FY20, out of $34.7 million, less than 1% was available.
So one thing I can say is on these PTAC contracts, a lot of them, well, some of the funding is not, funding that's covered by the district, and it's not part of expendable budget of the agencies, but they are PTAC clients that, is a part of our program. And, that is a federal program. And so the participants in the program, to the extent that they're DC residents, I believe to the extent that they're getting contracts, the PTAC manager and that team is reporting on that. But then I think the distinction that you're looking for here is of the DC dollars that are going to these PTAC clients, are they, I think that's kind of where we are, but I'm not.
Okay.
We'll have to get back to you.
Yeah, the other thing, council member, about the amount awarded to PTAC clients is that, despite the amazing work of the PTAC team, we don't control who gets a contract. So I'm not entirely sure of the 1%, but I know that, every year we work really hard to try and help the PTAC clients get as many federal contracts as they can. And, sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. I'm still missing the 1% component of your question. I'm on this page in my budget book. So maybe we should can our teams just follow up on that question?
Okay, that'd be great. Let me ask about access to capital, which remains a significant hurdle. I mean, this was a hurdle, as you know well, as a former entrepreneur yourself. That access to capital is one of the things that stands in the way of some people starting businesses and people who've been fortunate enough to start businesses. In some cases, access to capital presents challenges to sustaining businesses or expanding and hiring more people. On program 3000 in table EN04 of your budget chapter, your proposed budget for access to capital remains the same for FY 2022. The approved budget for FY 21 and 20 was $169,000. However, for FY 19 and FY 20, the actual budget was approximately $1.2 million. So thinking about all the challenges that the businesses have faced during this pandemic, not to mention the significant challenges faced by minority women-owned businesses pre-pandemic, is this amount that is proposed sufficient to meet the demands of this type of program?
Well, I think we have to take it in its entirety within the DMPEG cluster. Because I think if you look at the work that we're doing as part of DMPEG, but between the training and technical assistance, between the Vitality Fund, between I'm blanking on the Inclusive Innovation Equity Impact Fund, the Technical Assistance Coaching Hub, I think there are a lot of, there's a lot of things that, we will be participating in and contributing to as part of the DMPEG cluster that will also be augmented, in the work that we do next year that might not be sitting squarely in our budget.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know I made a specific request in my budget letter to the mayor and was pleased to see that there are funds allocated for the Equitable Impact Assistance Fund that we established through the budget process last year. So that is good news and should be welcoming news to local DC entrepreneurs. But I just saw that amount, which is much less than what it had been. And I guess is it what the amount that's remaining, how do you all plan to use that? Is it going to be, are you planning to work with DFHV or some other agency?
Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. It all has to fold together.
Okay. Let's talk about Main Streets. You heard Councilmember Louis George talk about Main Streets. I know, I've had many conversations with my colleagues about the district's Main Streets programs. You and I have talked extensively over the years about our Main Streets programs, and they bring so much to business corridors across the District of Columbia, but they do have a very specific mission. And the proposed FY22 budget for Main Streets remains the same at $4.1 million. I'm sure you had opportunity to watch the June 3rd hearing that I had with public witnesses, and a significant amount of those witnesses testified about Main Street's businesses and asking for an increase in grant funding. Some asked for funding to establish new Main Streets. Ward 4 had a number of ANC commissioners who testified, and they, a number of witnesses talked about stories of how the pandemic has forced many small businesses along their corridors to close. Councilmember Pinto just talked about business closures. And you had certain requests of specific amounts that witnesses asked for. I think we heard a $50,000 request for each program to help return vibrancy to corridors. So talk about how the proposed budget that you all have is going to be able to meet the growing demands of the Main Streets as a result of the pandemic, or whether you think it's insufficient to meet it, and whether there's some other program or funding source that might be utilized to address some of the concerns that have been raised by those witnesses and others who've reached out, I'm sure, to DSLBD and to the committee about this issue.
Well, I think the Main Streets are an amazing program, and everybody wants Main Street for good reason. I think the $6.9 million and the coaching and technical assistance hub is going to go a long way towards helping some of the businesses that are not currently in a Main Street. One of the things that we've really been working with the Main Streets in the past couple of years is to standardize and coalesce the knowledge across the Main Streets that we have. I think it's been 16 years that we've had Main Streets, and 16 years ago, if you were in one Main Street, you might luck up, and then if you're a really great Main Street director, but if something happened to the other one, it might seem inconsistent. And what we're really working to do is to standardize the level of access, and also to make sure that in these these times where we don't have money trees anywhere, to make sure that we don't have 26 Main Streets all doing a training on merchandise placement, or all doing a training on board development. But if we can do, if one of them does a training on one and another does a training on another, that we have this team of Main Streets across the entire city that is building this collective of knowledge and support. And so this is one of the things that we're really working to make sure that it's strengthening the corridors that we have, but it's also strengthening the knowledge base and the of information that we're able to draw from across the city. the small business toolkit that we have, which will be a big part of the technical assistance hub, and making sure that people can gain access to training and technical assistance in an online way, or being able to, you know, go online and find where we can get the different kinds of resources. It's be a really important way that we're able to streamline the types of help that businesses need. Because I think that, you know, we understand that in this next phase of recovery, you know, what we learned last year was the rules changed entirely for everybody all at once. Nothing that had always been the case really was standing anymore, and businesses had to kind of break it down to their essentials and rebuild. That happened across the entire city. And I think that being able to kind of put those things online and move to the types of models where we're able to say, come to a training. We don't have to do it. You know, it was, you know, lessons of, we have to do a training for the people in the Eastern Market Main Street, and only, you know, these are lessons that we're taking and saying, let's make sure that we're making platforms where everybody can learn at the times that they want to learn. You know, online is, you know, are going to be the kinds of things that we're going to want to do for the main streets. I guess the desire to be able to reach people where they are with the specific kinds of information when they're wanting to have it is the inspiration that comes behind the technical assistance hub, because we know that everybody needs that kind of work. It's why we started with the back office support, but I think that technical assistance hub is going to help really make sure that we can democratize that information across the entire city.
I wanted to just draw out, though I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to hear it when they testified or subsequently, but there were some ANC commissioners, I believe. I don't want to test my memory with the exact SMDs, but they were all in Ward 4, but they testified during the public hearing for public witnesses about establishing a pet work Main Street. You heard Councilmember Janice Lewis-George talk about this, and the boundaries would cover businesses from Upshur Street, Northwest through like Missouri Avenue, I think was included. Kennedy Street, which I think already has a Main Street, but I know they were talking about Upper Georgia Avenue as well. They testified that the Main Street in their area would go a long way in restoring some of the vibrancy to their communities. Do you have thoughts on the council establishing a new Main Street for this area?
You know, I try to remain agnostic on any area. And I'll tell you, you know, I love the Main Street program. I love what it does. And then we run competitions when the money is in budget, right? So it's an amazing resource, and these are austere times.
Let me ask you this, and this you know, you've not said this. I do get the sense that some people may feel like the main streets have become a victim of their own success, so to speak. In popularity, they've increased, and the number of them have increased, largely due to the council, frankly. But I also know that the requests for additional resources to support them have also increased over the years. And I think some of the requests predate the pandemic and aren't specifically related to the pandemic, just seems like they're maybe structural in nature. Do you have any comment on whether you think there's some sort of structural challenges with the way that the main streets are funded? And is there anything that you think we need to do differently as we think about ways to support, corridors like the ones in Ward 4 that the ANCs and council member testified could benefit from a new main street, or other ones that already have existing main streets? You talked about the sort of the way that some main streets get certain things and others get other things, and it's not always equitable. My word, not yours, but like, there's something we said about, I think the point that you're alluding to that perhaps may not be as explicit as it needs to be for people to understand how these things get prioritized or how you approach this through your agency directorship.
Well, I think that, what I was trying to say was that in past times, that it was maybe a little more uneven, but I think, when I was listening to the testimony, I also heard, there's always a cry for more money, right? But I also think in the administration of the main streets, there is a standard way in which it has been done. And if it were to change, it'd be there's a lot of conversation that would have to happen about it, right? Now, here's what always happens is a main street sort of starts at a certain length, and then invariably whoever lives across the street there wants you to just, it's the same with the clean teams, wants you to just come like one more block, and then one more block, and then one more block, and then one more block. And then you're 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 more blocks longer, but the money stays the same. And then you say, well, I'm so much longer, but I'm stretched so thin. And now we have a number of main streets of all different shapes and sizes, and someone even testified to this. And so then the question really is if we were going to rechange the way that they were awarded, then we should really think strategically and comprehensively about what is the ratio, the density kind of contemplation. If we have a 3-block main street and a 23-block main street, are you funding them all the same? How is that working? And is it 3 blocks of what kind of density and 3 blocks of what kind of foot traffic? And how does that, I think that there's a standard way that has been done. It's probably the lowest common denominator, but it's a complicated question. And I imagine it's been done the way it has for simplicity, but then, to your, now my word, but for equity, you've got to ask yourself, is that fair? It's tough,
How does the agency evaluate the effectiveness of the Main Streets programs? Do you all look at and evaluate those programs?
We do. They have work plans that they do every year and goals that they need to accomplish. So they are, we do.
Okay, well, can you talk a little bit more about?
Well, sure. I mean, and I think and it's interesting because some of those goals, some of those things are objective and some of those things are subjective, right? Because, having the Porch Fest and Rhode Island Avenue, like holding a certain number of events to amplify the area is one sort of thing. But then also creating activity is a little bit more of an objective thing. There's hours of training and technical assistance and the numbers of businesses that you've actually touched. So, there are ways that we can measure how much each and every Main Street has spent, with a business and spent in each corridor. But then there's also, the types of events and then how well are those events attended. I think that there's that subjective thing of did that really help? And then, did you get that initial bump of sales when that happened? Are sales amplified because people, came? Now, in a place that is mature like the H Street Festival, by now they kind of know what the sales are going to be for the H Street Festival. And then they also know what the aftershocks of sales will be for the H Street Festival. And then in a smaller place, you might say, hey, if we did this, at Porch Fest, it might happen like this. And then 2 weeks later, we see new customers coming back. And I think that because we've had Main Streets for so long, that some of the newer programs can learn from some of the programs that have been doing this after a little while. But I think that the nuts and bolts of hours of training and technical assistance and time spent, then the types of events that really have an actual impact on the things that businesses care about, which is ways to increase sales and drive marketplace, then the training and technical assistance within their businesses. Are you having are your shelves attractive? Are you managing your customer flow well? Do you have a marketing plan? Are you able to order online? those sorts of like daily types of interactions, which are measurable, but then doing it isn't the outcome, right?
Mhm.
There's the fact of doing it, but so what? Did that result in more customers, more sales, more, more impressions online?
Well, I appreciate that. And at the risk of inviting some ire, which I don't intend to do, I just use Ward 5, for example. I won't use any other wards. But let's say Rhode Island Avenue had been around for 20 years and Bladensburg Road has been around for two. Should we be evaluating whether Rhode Island Avenue needs to continue in the same form or fashion, or evaluating it for ways that it might adapt as well, to the extent that businesses have garnered a significant benefit from the work, but maybe it needs to expand to another part of Rhode Island Avenue. I'm trying to sort of frame this in a way that doesn't send a message that we want to get rid of main streets necessarily, because that's not what I'm talking about here. I guess I'm more so wanting to know that the district is getting the return on its investment, and whether the services of the main streets can be shifted after it reaches a certain point, or maybe you focus on a certain area that needs it more than others. And I'm kind of all over the place because I just, every year it seems like we see more of these requests for additional funds or new areas. And, I think the areas that have gotten them have benefited from it. That's just me speaking anecdotally, but I would love to see the data that sort of backs that up.
So I have to say, undeniably, that an area with a main street has benefited from having that main street. And I think, and I'll ask my team to get this data to me, but I think they say like for every dollar invested in the main street, the return is $3 in sales tax returned to the city in that main street. I think that the thing that you're kind of referring to, it in an emerging corridor, it actually happens naturally, right? And so looking at H Street is a perfect example, because H Street has seen a more rapid transformation than most.
Mm-hmm.
So it went from being, pretty dilapidated to being really emerging. And now it's trying to stabilize and sort of changing with a different type of churn. And so the things that Main Street director has to do has to change and reflect to meet those needs, right? If you look at DuPont Main Street, DuPont is an area that 10 years ago, nobody would have ever imagined would struggle with vacancy, right? And so what would have happened 10 years ago, where you might be able to sit back on your laurels and say, I'm DuPont, come and pay me your rent for the charge. Now you have to do entirely different things to say like, no, there's exciting things happening in DuPont. I think there's, as the city has evolved and changed, as you have these like interesting new places. And, when the Wharf opened several years ago, the places that were the hip hop places were like, oh man, now the Wharf is open and nobody's coming here. And U Street felt like sales dropped. I think the way that our main streets are advocating and doing the work for the businesses, it happens naturally and intrinsically, right? Okay. And so, somewhere there's probably 26, directors and people in their communities that are thinking like, oh my God, what is he saying? So like, no.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No, I guess another example, maybe a better example is, for me at least, when looking at Ward 5, for that lower area of Ward 5 and Bladensburg Road, I didn't think it was wise to say, hey, we need a new Main Street. I said, hey, that's near H Street. Anwar Salim in the H Street Main Street has lots of experience. Maybe we should just sort of borrow some of those insights and expand and see if we can get them to help support through their efforts some of the stuff along Ward 5 on Lower Bladensburg and Benning Road. And again, it's not to say that you need to get rid of a Main Street, because the same way that H Street, may have started out with a Main Street all those years ago, the challenges don't necessarily disappear. Maybe the challenges are just different, right? So the benefit of the Main Street still exists, and the need for the Main Street still exists, because the environment in which people are doing business has changed over time, right? Maybe it's the new addition of some other area that's emerging in the city that's drawn patrons away from that area to some other part of the city. Or maybe it is like, parts of Ward 4 where they're advocating that's never had a main street that, used to be more of a thriving corridor that needs the sort of injection of support from a main street to take it to the next level. Or maybe it is, Rhode Island Avenue, which I've seen directly the benefit of a main street over the years, might be suffering a little bit more from the pandemic and needs the main street sort of to help them rethink how to reopen and recover from the pandemic. And so I'm not suggesting that there's a need to sort of have widespread elimination of main streets. I'm throwing it out there for DSLBD and your insights as to whether the main streets are perhaps who I think are closest to these businesses. Are they addressing the immediate needs? Well, I'm gonna rephrase that, because the immediate needs are probably more pandemic related. Are they addressing immediate and some of the longer term needs of businesses in these corridors? And is the city getting the return on the investment? And are we evaluating that?
Well, and I think the main streets, as the face that people know, were the people that were able, through our work and our initiatives, to knock on doors and say to people, hey, I need you to apply for this PPP. Hey, I need to talk to you about the EGIL loan. Hey, did you know that we have this training? And particularly with the business owners that were less technically inclined or less sort of, technologically proficient, that familiar face and that touch is what the main streets, provide. That safety and familiarity, and then that groundwork of being able to then also, hey, well, while I'm here, can I talk to you about your display? And do you need help with this? I think the main streets have that firsthand, boots on the ground knowledge. It was the main streets that we went to when when we had the PPE distribution to give out, because the main streets knew who needed it and how to get the word out to people to talk to. Hey, do you know we have these care packages for people that are opening during phase 1, and we distribute across the entire city. Like, when you want people that you can reach and then get that trust, because with things that are a problem, and we know, with back office support and technical assistance and the things that are not the shiny things in the front of a business, but the things that are a little uglier, a little rattier, a little more, you have to have that trust. Because when government says like, hi, I'm here to help you with technical assistance, they're like, oh no, it has to be perfect. I don't want to tell you everything. But like that person that stops by and is always buying a little something from your store or just asking about your kids, it's, the main streets are essential for that, because they create that safety that allows somebody to say like, yeah, I don't have this. I could use some help. Or I don't understand that.
Can you, it would be great. I think we spent enough time. I've spent enough time on this. I do think it's appropriate for some follow-up, because another thing that comes to mind is just, in terms of, distribution of resources, equity, some communities organize better than others, right? And they may self-advocate in a way that would invite resources that other communities haven't, right? Do you all look at corridors and decide? When's the last time that DSLBD has said, you know what, this corridor needs a main street? Because I'm asking for you to answer that on the spot, unless you know, but I was more so saying it rhetorically to invite your insights about where we could work with you to make sure that we're getting the resources, even if it's not in the form of a main street, right? Or a great street, right? Because a lot of times those are boundaries established by council members and not, DSLBD or the executive or DFHV or some other agency that works with businesses. But to make sure that in our efforts, we are identifying proactively some of these communities that might not otherwise knock on the doors of government and say help. Right? There might be a corridor, like I know that we work with you all and DFHV and others for the few businesses that exist on Montello Avenue in Trinidad, right? Not appropriate for Main Street, nonetheless appropriate for support. And these are folks who hadn't really reached out for support in the past. But we had a great conversation with them, and now you got a daycare, barbershop, corner market that are benefiting from you all's support in a way that they hadn't previously. And I think they really are thankful for that. And I think the community benefits from that. So just
well, I think that's right. And I think that there are many examples of that and opportunities for that. And I think that sometimes people think they have to have a Main Street to get that touch, but they don't always, right? And sometimes a Main Street is really the wrong choice, right? So I think it certainly bears a longer conversation. I think the one comment I want to make sure that I make is that, you know, we get a lot of calls from businesses all the time that we do help, and that just because somebody isn't in a Main Street doesn't mean that they can't get some help directly from us in some way, shape, or form. Many businesses that have not been in the Main Street have either gotten help from somebody on my team directly or gotten referred to help either from, to DC Pro Bono Law Center or to, the Restaurant Association or to the, Hispanic Chamber or the DC Chamber. Like, we make a lot of referrals or do a lot of direct help with a lot of businesses that are not in a corridor that has been assigned a name.
right.
Like any business that needs help, we're going to try and help.
Yeah, and I just again want to try to make sure that I'm clear. These weren't prepared questions, from me or my staff. This was me sort of thinking out loud and exploring, based on just observations that I made more generally. But I did make these comments in the context of raising specifically, some of the testimony of ANCs in Ward 4 and Councilmember Lewis George. And so I don't want to conflate the two to the extent I already have. I want to make sure that I'm telling them this is not directed at any existing Main Street or any desire to have a new one. But I do want to work with Councilmember Lewis George and those residents and you all, because we may end up doing that in the budget. And I want to make sure that the benefits get to those communities that need them, and I just think it's a good way to approach this. And perhaps I haven't always done that in the past with you all, but I'd like to throw it out there so we're doing that.
That'd be great.
I won't take nearly as long on this next topic, but it's a related topic, right? Because where you have Main Streets, you also have what? Clean teams. There you go. And so, the proposed FY22 Clean Teams budget hasn't increased, it appears. It remains the same as it was for 21 at $4.7 million. During the hearing on public witnesses, some clean teams expressed a requirement on them to pay their employees the living wage, right? I think they testified that $15.20 per hour as of July 2021, yet the grants have not increased to support the wage increases. They also talked about requirements to have like cyber insurance, which I wasn't aware of, excess liability insurance, and some sort of environmental policy or insurance. Are you aware of all these things, and do you think that they have the resources they need, or do they require additional financial support to really sustain themselves and their employees?
So I am aware of these things. So there was a little bit, and I was, of course, watching all the testimony last week. So the Office of Risk Management has made over the past couple of years some revisions to their requirements with regard to any DC contract. And there had been some confusion there about what was and what wasn't required. So let me say that for the clean teams, there is no additional environmental insurance required if you are not, if you are not doing, hazardous materials, which the clean teams are not. The cybersecurity, the cybersecurity is an insurance issue that ORM has taken a hard line on, and required of all contracts within the district.
When did they issue that mandate? When did that?
I think that mandate happened 2 years ago, and we actually got sort of a stay on it, and then they, but there are a lot of cyber issues, and this is something that for the safety and protection they felt was important. It raises a lot of other issues, and these are conversations that I've had with Director Ross and others about one, educating insurance brokers, because sometimes we're seeing that people that don't fully understand what the requirements are quoting it incorrectly or too expensively. And then two, just making sure that we are talking to people about what their other options are. For example, if you just call your person from XYZ and say, hey, I need this particular insurance, and they've never heard of it, and they go to whatever their system is, it might be, something they don't cover, something they don't understand, and you might end up getting charged more. And it's something we actually have started an insurance working group to work with ORM and with DISB to say, let's get some education out there, because we want to make sure that people are informed about what they have to do, and then also make sure that there are people out there that can provide some of the services in affordable ways. So the environmental was a little bit of a scare that ended up walking back, where the cybersecurity was a little bit of a period at the end of the sentence.
So is there a need to increase the amount of the Clean Team contract to reflect?
Well, the Clean Team is, it depends on each individual situation. Like I think the Clean Teams are programs that run, but also fundraise in other ways, right? And so I think we can, I think we have to look at those by case basis. The government is one source, but I think it's not the only source of funding that these programs have.
Okay, so is it your testimony that the budget as proposed is sufficient in terms of the funding for these contracts?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I would like to though follow up to get more of a specific understanding of as you all see the amounts, your understanding specifically from interactions with ORM on the cyber side. And I'd like a clear understanding and follow up about why the environmental policy or insurance has been walked back.
Well, the environmental wasn't ever walked back. I think it was not fully understood. It was that if you were doing work with hazardous materials, you need to hold a certain kind of insurance. But the type of materials that the Clean Teams use are not the type of materials that require hazardous material insurance.
Okay.
So it was more of an education than a walk back.
Okay.
For what? Oh, right.
Did you finish your response? Did you want to add something?
Oh yeah. Well, so my team was just also reminding me that the Clean Teams, that we are not the only funder of Clean Teams. Clean Teams have contracts that are outside of the work they do for us, and so it's, so they fundraise, but they also have contracts outside of government. So,
okay. Are you aware of any of the Clean Teams that you've worked with on any sort of capacity building for the federal side, any PTAC stuff? Because I see Clean Teams as having the potential to, grow, scale, and as they get that experience to do, larger opportunities, right? You may start out cleaning the streets, but then maybe your added capacity to, do spray paint removal or gum removal on the private side. Maybe you get a larger cleaning contract, right? with the city, or maybe you're looking to do it on the private side or on the federal side. Do you see that at all in your?
A little bit, yeah. We have had a few instances where the clean teams have gotten larger contracts from the government.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I love to, again, not today, but offline, talk to you about that, because maybe there's a strategic reason why we want to, and by we, I mean the government, to support those types of growth opportunities. And I say that because when I look at a lot of these clean teams, they really are employing people from the community. They're employing folks who, in many instances, have barriers to employment, right? And so if a lot of the work that we're doing, rightly so, is targeting, parts of, certain wards where they have higher unemployment, if we're looking at parts of Ward 5 or corridors around Benning Road or Bladensburg Road, parts of Ward 7 and 8, maybe it makes sense to work with clean teams that have demonstrated capacity to grow and scale for certain opportunities within government. Maybe strategically, there's a reason why we might want to do that proactively.
Well, one of our clean teams is actually going to be instrumental in some of the activities with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention in terms of helping do some gun violence prevention and workforce training in some of our more challenged neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So and that's like a business development through the work that's being done. It's a really exciting dovetail of the business model.
And this is probably not appropriate for you all. Maybe it's more so DOES, or maybe you working with DOES. I just to sort of tease that out a bit more at some point in the future. I'm starting to go off into some stuff that is not in my prepared materials. I think it's nonetheless important, particularly coming out of this pandemic, because as we think about, you just made me think when the gun violence component, I know a significant number of the clean team employees are returning citizens. And I think sometimes we conflate returning citizens with the participants in violence prevention, which aren't always the same. A lot of these folks haven't gone to periods of incarceration coming home, but nevertheless are folks who want to target for workforce development opportunities. And so I'll probably just follow up. I think at some point, you and I sit down, we talk it through a little bit more, but I would be interested to pick your brain on the conversations that might be taking place with you and the Building Blocks program and DOES and all these other sort of buckets where we're supporting our DC residents who are looking for employment.
Yeah.
And the Office of Citizens Affairs. We talked to DISB today about things that they're doing with the Office of Citizens Affairs. I know you all do things to Aspire and other programs. Mm-hmm. And I think I'd like to know what you probably already know about the coordination around those things.
Right. Okay. I look forward to it.
You talked about this a little bit already, the medical cannabis program and the $300,000 that you all have in FY22 appears to be one-time funding, and that's for financial and technical assistance. Okay, do you have already fleshed out what that is going to be doing?
No, not yet.
Okay.
No.
Just so you know, I raised this with Director Musali last week, that it's sort of a cart before the horse kind of thing, because there are the LOIs for the medical cannabis remaining licenses have already closed. The applications aren't open yet, but I'm a little bit concerned about perhaps opening the applications and then getting support to start months later. So you can respond if you like. Otherwise, maybe it's appropriate for follow-up to see how you all are coordinating on that front.
See that.
Okay. I'm coming to the end of my questions. On attachment 4 of your agency responses, $170,000 of the agency funds in FY20 was reprogrammed, and I'm quoting here, for the completion of the business opportunities functionality for the DES and to support vehicle on-demand use close quotes. I'd love to hear a little bit more detail about that particular item. If you have it now, if not, in follow-up.
Well, Chairman, I can speak to some of that. You know, and the DES, we use some of our vacancy savings, and so the 155 portion was to augment, you know, some development needs for the DES.
Okay. 155,000 was for the development needs of DS. Okay. Okay. And just, I've ended at least a couple of the agencies before you with this final question about the American Rescue Plan Act. I think this is an easy question for you all. It sounds like you all only have, and correct me if I'm wrong, $500,000 allocated in your budget from the American Rescue Plan Act?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. All right. I don't have any additional questions at this time. I think we have a number of areas that we want to follow up on. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before we close out?
Councilmember, I want to thank Mayor Bowser, of course, for her, you know, amazing leadership through these, you know, unprecedented and historic times. It's an honor to serve in her cabinet. I also want to thank the team at DSLBD who have really, you know, stood up an amazing year of really great work, you know, from their homes and from in and out of this office. And, you know, I think working from home in a telework posture for DSLBD has meant that we are working around the clock, taking calls and doing whatever needed to be done over this past year, answering the charge for small businesses, phone calls, emails. It's been, you know, we've run out of adjectives, right? Unprecedented, historic, all of those things. I'm really deeply proud of the team that supports me and the work that they do, and deeply thankful. And I want to thank you for your continued partnership. I know you and I are deeply aligned on a lot of issues that are near and dear to our hearts, and I'm looking forward to, you know, kind of forging into recovery. And so thank you for your continued leadership on a lot of important issues as we forge ahead. And then I'll finally end with Happy Father's Day, and hope you have a great weekend.
And thank you for that. And thank you for your testimony and the testimony of your team today and all their work throughout the pandemic. Let me just so I'm clear, I don't think it's with you all. The disparity study are you all coordinating that, or is that all?
That's DMPED.
DMPED, okay, just want to make sure. All right. Well, again, thank you for the Father's Day wishes, and happy Father's Day to everybody that out there who are indeed dads. And I want to again thank your team for all your work. This marks the end of today's budget oversight hearing. The committee will convene again on Thursday, June 17th at 9 a.m. for its next budget oversight hearing on the Office of Lottery and Gaming, as well as the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. The time is now 2:20 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Staff.